community that we have built at Surge New Levels is unlike anything I could have ever imagined. And as people kept coming to us, it wasn't just, oh, I want to lift with somebody. It was a community where people could be friends, people could be family, you know, where they could go ahead and rely on each other as teammates as well. So it's really created something where we could genuinely count on all these people for anything and everything. And it's a second home for a lot of us. Lifting for myself and for a lot of other people is an outlet. Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, why would you abuse your body that way? Why would you spend so many hours in the gym? Why would you do the things that we do on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? But for us, it means a lot. It's an outlet to be able to escape, maybe for some people, the things that, you know, they're struggling with at home, they're struggling with at work. It's a way to go ahead and express themselves and relieve that stress. But for a lot of people, it's pretty much a place where they can go ahead and just say, none of that matters. We're here together and we're all doing the same thing. So we're family. This is Surge New Levels, and welcome to your new home.
As an athlete, you're always looking for an edge, from recovery to your nutrition to your workouts. Anything that's going to help even 1%. And the equipment you use is no exception.
You want to use the best gear made with the latest technology that shows up for you time and time again when it matters. But we still have a problem. Quality training gear was either overpriced or it didn't last. We thought, why choose between premium and affordable when you deserve both?
We created next level of strength because we believe high quality performance gear should be within reach for everyone, from the seasoned pro to the person taking the first steps into the gym.
We made these products and we know what works and what doesn't because we live it every day. The colors, the design.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Power Surge 9. We are day 2, session 2 of Amateur Day. It's been a long weekend. Pro Day yesterday, Amateur Day today, which may as well just be a continuation of Pro Day with some of the lifts we've seen. So to keep us going on these long days, got a little bit of a pickup from our sponsor, Zone Smelling Salt. So we're going to take care of that real quick. Oh. Wow. Whoa!
So if you guys are in need for any smelling salt, Zone has you covered. I mean, you just see the effect right here, right? They'll certainly get you up and going. And I know a lot of our lifters are going to be using these when they step onto the platform.
I think I just saw the second coming of Christ. Wow. All right, let's get to bed. Let's get to lifts here.
As mentioned, this is the second session of the Amateur Day. We got Steven Chavez opening us up with 275 pounds. We are kicking us off with our squat portion. We had all of our ladies compete in the earlier session. Now we have our men competing in the second session in the afternoon.
Yep. Steven with Zia Strength Systems. That is a good lift. Wow, that zone stuff is strong. Really strong. Woo.
Yeah, I mean, Zone being one of the sponsors here for this competition, they have a lot of amazing products out there beyond just smelling salts. I mean, they also have a bit of apparel, a lot of different levels and tiers to smelling salts. So I think this is one of the stronger, on the stronger end, if you...
Definitely strong. Ooh.
Lee Cohen is up next, 135 kilos, 297 pounds. And for those who are joining us from home, if you guys want to keep up with the action, you can go to watch the live stream on YouTube, or you can also go to liftingcast.com/meets and then select PLU Power Surge Pro AM 9 Amateur Day, and you can follow on with the action as we see the forecasted placings, the attempts, and everything that we can see here on screen to accompany the live stream. We have a Surge local, Jeremy Pilario, opening us up with 308 pounds. Very easy attempt for Jeremy. And for those of you guys watching from home, let us know where you guys are coming from, who you guys are supporting, and keep us engaged in the live stream chat.
All right, and we're nailing a good squat there. Now, Ryerson Walsh coming up next. Ryerson Walsh coming in with a 1019 total. 3 meets under his belt so far. He set that total actually earlier this year at Iron Rebellion. So, looking to see what he can do here. I mean, he's been progressively getting better. Added 100 pounds to his total just doing Iron Rebellion. So, Team Kaiju Fitness.
So very interesting. We have Jeremy Pilario, who's competing and also coaching Ryerson Walsh. So very.
Let's see how that looks here. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if that was going to be called high.
We got a depth call from the center referee and the right referee for depth. So they did not believe that the lifter's hip joint did not go below the top surface of his knee.
Yep. So we'll see what Ryerson calls. If he's just going to retake that or actually move up in the attempts here. But Eric Martinez coming up now. Raw, untested, open lifter. Coming in with a 385 opener. So Eric was up on the live stream with us yesterday. Now he's in competing. Let's see how that squat goes. Definitely, I think from up here, it looks like he hit depth. A little slow out of the hole, but I think that was probably.
Yep, good lift, and that is a new state record.
There we go. Yep, the new state record. Eric sitting there wearing the Fighter Quit singlet with Micah Marino as his coach. He actually had set his total, his 1096 total, at the Fighter Quit Classic 5. Yep, Michael Bowling up next. 90 kilogram lifter in our open class here. Not a whole lot really ways of meets so far, so it looks like he's coming in to try to set his total here. Actually get your first meet under your belt, set your total, and see what you do from there. Squat looks good to depth. Ooh, may not. So that's, I guess, why we cannot call them all the way from up here. 2 reds. Both side judges called them on reds.
And as mentioned, we're going to see a fair wide range of experience levels in this platform here. We have our amateur day, which can really be either first-time competitors or people who are just really trying to make themselves get on the map, right? Some of these lifters might be competing in next year's pro day.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. We got some lifters that are the caliber, like experience-wise, strength-wise. They could have walked on yesterday to the pro platforms. Pull up here with a quick squat. 385 pounds. Too light. Philip representing Team Surge Power. So he is one of the Surge powerlifting team members here. Got a lot of them competing today. Yep. Tyler Zuno. 396 pounds, just shy of 400 for an opener in our 90 kilogram class.
Very high bar position.
Yep.
Yeah, look plenty deep.
Yep. One thing, definitely a sleeve lifter. Haven't seen too many wrapped here yet. A lot of sleeve lifters coming in. Lends to probably being able to walk out of that mono a little bit easier. I always prefer to, if I'm in wraps, definitely keep me under the mono. I do not like walking out squats wrapped up.
Yeah, so very key difference there with and with the ability of the mono, like just mentioned, we have our lifters that have the opportunity to walk out their lift if they really want to get under the bar, settle with it, and really kind of feel out that weight, or if they want to set in their squat stance, and as soon as they pop up with that weight, they unrack that mono and they can just get into their squat.
So here's Steven. A little bit more wider stance. Definitely I like what I'm seeing there. Keeping his knees out. I think one thing, if you watch a lot of lifters on their squats, see if their knees are either going in or out. Well, I always want to try to keep our knees kicked out, get our hips under us. It's going to make the lift much more efficient, especially as they're approaching those heavier weights, like what Steve was just doing there with his opener. Looks like we're keeping the same weight on the bar for his Zach bar. So 396 pounds, still kind of the common opener here.
And again, the opener is just simply to get yourself on the board, right? We're not chasing numbers in the opener. We're not trying to build the total here. It's just get us on the board, and then we can take our jumps from there. So a lot of these lifters are doing a great job in doing that, getting their lifts on the board and making it move easy. Good attempt there by Zach.
Yep, in there usually you want your opener that you come out with. It should really be about your last warm-up. Usually about a weight that you want to hit for 2 to 4 reps comfortably. Get you on the board, get you in the meet, and then from there, yeah, definitely you make your jumps and you start approaching your PRs.
I think a very old school rule of thumb for the opener is something that you can triple on your worst day.
On your worst. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yep. Triple it, hit for 3 or 4 on your worst day. Last thing you want to do is burn yourself out on the first lift. So we got Ethan White, a junior, in our 18 to 19-year-old class, 82.5 kilo, 424-pound opener. Yep.
Yeah, he
did not pull him up. I wonder if he even caught that. Nobody really, yeah. So if you take a look at his sleeves there, rolled down. Yep, there we go. Somebody, one of the spotters caught it. Like, he did not take it full advantage of the sleeves there. They were still rolled about halfway down, so you need to actually get those all the way up.
And I think that's a really good testament to what we just said right now, right? Even with his sleeves rolled down, he still made that move like an opener, made it move easy, right?
Exactly.
So had he opened heavier, and
had that happened on his second attempt or third attempt, might not have had the same results. So this is where your coaches and your handlers come into play, folks. On meet day, you need to have somebody on point, keeping an eye on all that stuff. Now we got Kevin McKinga, another Surge member, junior class, 20 to 23, opening with 480 on the bar. He is a 90-kilogram lifter with 480, so we're almost seeing almost 500 as openers.
And he's also in the junior class, so he's aged 20 to 23, so one of our younger lifters.
Let's see how this looks.
Yeah, that's a good time.
Got David walking back in, 2 white. 2 whites there for Kevin.
Get the blue card from one of the right referees. So that's not a depth call. It could probably be he didn't lock out his knees at the top of the lip.
His foot could have moved something. Yeah. Usually it's more something. Yeah, definitely not with depth. So Dominic Revito going for a state record. Dominic from Gonzo's Barbell. Gonzo here in the crowd coaching some lifters, handling a lot of people. Gonzo been a part of the sport for a long time. Good to see him with his lifters here today. We'll see how Dominic does here. Nice, good walkout. back in the rack, and 2 reds on both side judges calling that. Most likely probably just needs to get a little bit lower there into the hole, hit that depth. Sometimes when you go that wide, sometimes there's an issue with really trying to get that deep down in the hole if you're spread that wide.
And I think especially as a raw lifter, when you don't have any support, any sort of suits to kind of spring you back up as a wide lifter or a wide squat stance squatter, you really have to kind of just use all your muscle just to
and
get
they
it
did.
up.
Gonza called it, so 220 called again for his second attempt. So we'll see how he does here. Bar moves up a little bit weight to 225 for Hudson. Got 496 here. Now that's a good example right there of when you're open. He opened up at 496. Kind of moved a little bit slow there. 3 reds. So definitely want to come back and correct that.
Yeah, and for those of you who didn't caught it on the live stream, you saw his hands. He started out wide, and then as he started squatting up, his hands started moving closer towards the center of mass. So.
Back up to the top of the flight here. Second attempt. Steven making a 5 kilogram jump. Kevin, I think for the first 500 squat, you have to hit the zone smelling salt.
Yeah, I'll do.
Hopefully it treats you nice and right. I'm still just recovering from that. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, good call there from the
good call for David jumping in and saving that. Once that foot moved, there definitely was no saving that. So that was a good call jumping in and saving rather than letting somebody try to grind something out. We'll see how Steven comes back. Steven just really got into the sport just a few years ago, making some big progress though within his meet, within his lifts. I've actually followed him on Instagram. He's got a good coach. He knows what to do. They're kind of collecting what to do on the attempts.
Yeah, I'm seeing the conversation they're having at the scoring table. I think they're going to go up. Seems like it's a mistake that they can. I've seen
him hit heavier. Yeah, he just needs to collect himself. He's hit heavier. There we go. And again, and that's the thing too. I think to kind of speak for it. It is amateur day, but a lot of these guys here, guys and women that are competing, have been in the sport, making some very good progress. Have been a part of it. So we'll see these guys making some good lifts. Got another junior lifter coming up next, Jeremy, Kai 2 Fitness. Hit his opener at 140. He's moved up to 152.5, which is 336 pounds.
A bit on the more aggressive end when it comes to jumps. 12.5 kilos is reasonable, but it is on the more aggressive side. But based off his 140, this seems fair.
Going for the fences. Let's see some 20 and 30 kilogram jumps.
Yeah.
Let's go. Jeremy, another team, and he's also here at Surge. He is one of the big members of Surge Powerlifting. Great kid. I've seen his prep. Guy gets so excited about his lifts as he's been making progress. Well, there, see? He knows he's doing well. Good job, Jeremy.
And for those of you who've been to meets, if you ever see Jeremy at a meet, you know he's a hype man, right? He's always cheering people on. He's always the loud one in the room, always making sure that people get their flowers. So
yeah. Oh, he's everybody's biggest supporter at the same time too. So hope to see everybody cheer him on today with him on the platform. So Aaron Earl Brown, another junior lifter, Surge Power, 358. That's a good lift there. Really good tight form. Obviously he's a little bit more forward, but kind of when you have like a short torso, long femur, kind of lends towards that. That's the usually about the form you want to take up.
And we're going to start seeing a bit of a different strategies being played here with lifters who might have missed an attempt on depth. So we see here Ryerson missed his attempt on depth, but still elected to go up an additional 10 kilos on top of that. So you almost wonder as to kind of what the thought process is there, right? Trying to gather a bit more kilos, knowing what the adjustment you need to make in order to hit your attempt. All right, 2-1, good lift.
So there you go. So he comes back and gets that. So if you guys got questions, definitely throw them up on the live stream here. We do have the YouTube stream up as well here, so we can see if you guys have any questions on the chat.
Huge thanks to our media team at A1 Digital who's putting together this live stream. They had amazing camera equipment, getting all the angles and everything set up for you guys to be able to enjoy this live stream.
This is another good one. I think kind of what you called out, Kevin. You know, Michael Bowling up, missing his opener, but moved up 7.5 kilos to 182.5. He showed a lot of control there. He definitely paused it down in the hole. Let's see how that looks. Still got 3 reds.
So he's getting a yellow card infraction, which in refereeing, it could be a whole sort of thing. So we won't know unless we ask the referees what exactly the infraction is for. Commonly, it's usually a jumping of the command.
Yep. More likely. Well, let's see. I think that was missing in the rack. I don't know if he's rushing that in too much. But we got Eric Martinez coming up here. 185 on the bar, 407 pounds. Comes slowly up, but he gets that. Two reds, both on both sides, so it looks like depth maybe was just not there. So let's see what Philip does here. Again, keeping the same thing, 407 pounds on the bar.
In some regard, it goes to show the level of refereeing that we have here at this competition, right? That every lift is earned, right? No gifts are being given here today, so all these lifters are going to have to fight for every one of their lifts.
Two whites on that one. One red over on the side, which it looks like there was a little bit of a hip dip. The bar was a little bit even, so imagine he would have depth on one side, but nailed it on the other. Back bar up now. Keeping with that same thing, we got another 407 attempt on the bar, 185 kilogram. Zach, one of our submaster lifters here, 35 to 39 age bracket. Getting set up under that bar.
Lifters have a full 60 seconds in order to receive the squat command, so lifters have literally all the time in the world to set up.
Right on that one. Tyler here with 190 kilograms on the bar. 1267 is Tyler's previous best total. So let's see what he's going to try to get done here. Already attempting a 418 squat with this.
Another one of these lifters with a very high bar position.
Yep. Very high bar, also very, see how upright he stays.
Yeah, he got deeper this time around. Yeah, there you go. 3 white lights.
Yep. Walking this one out again. Like I said, a lot of sleeve lifters walking this out. See what judges say on that. Yeah, with that forward lean on his torso, it didn't look like depth really was there even up here. So it called on left and right side on the depth. So
We discussed it earlier in the last session during the commentary, but sometimes lifters might think they're getting down there if their torso pitches forward, but in reality they're just shifting their hips back and not down.
Exactly. Yep, you're shooting your hips back. That puts you in a compromised position on that spot. It feels like depth, but it's not depth. That's again where it is really important to open up the knees, get your hips under you, as Ed Cohn likes to say, open the taint.
Yep.
That is, it's not basically spreading anything open down there. You actually are sliding your hips in, up, and under you.
Ethan White taking a 12.5 kilo jump, wearing his knee sleeves this time properly.
Yes. Let's see how this works for him. That looked great. I don't ever want to be one to call it early before the judges, but from what we see up here, that definitely looked really good, especially that. So we'll see what Ethan calls for his third attempt, especially using the sleeves now. Dominic here taking 220 again, missing it the first time.
And if you recall, he was that wider stance squatter that just unfortunately wasn't able to hit depth this time. Let's see if him and Gonzo made that proper adjustment for the second attempt.
And one thing I do see that I like with what he does, we'll see what how he squats here. On his walkout, 2 steps, and he's set and ready to go. We kind of talked about that. There he is with a good squat. So he's on the board and in the meet. I think that is kind of important when you walk out of squat. Sometimes you see people taking 3, 4 steps, or maybe they take some steps, and then they're actually sitting there marching, what I call it, marching side to side, setting their feet, burning energy. Just kind of burning up some oxygen while, with the load on their back. 2 steps, or as Christy likes to say it, put out the cigarette. 1, 2, put out the cigarette, and you squat.
And then hopefully in the second flight, we have a few more wrap lifters. We're going to start seeing a little bit more monolift pulls.
Yep. Usually with the wraps, you do see some heavier opening weights, which puts them into the second flight. So we'll see a good mix today, both with wraps and sleeve lifters. Hudson coming up here. Let's see if he can hit 225 that he's taking again for a second attempt. Good. He got the full lights on that. Let's see what he moves. Curious what he moves up to. If you notice, his left leg definitely, the knee kicked in quite a bit on that. Made it probably more of a grind than it needed to be, especially since he was taking that 225 again, which was his first attempt. Had to take that again. But let's see what they move up to. I don't think there's any strength issues there with moving up the weights more. Just
and we got our first 500 pound.
There we go. We got our first 500 pound squat. Kevin did it. Yes. I'm going to take care of the mic for a little bit now because Kevin. I'm sorry, folks. Oh, I tried to warn him. All right, Kevin. We got Kevin on squats. We got Kevin on the mic here. But Kevin Nikonga with 3 whites, making a great squat again. There should be a handle with hair label on that or something. That is vicious.
They got
That stuff is vicious.
They got the warning
Yeah, but
sign with the
no one
with the
take that
skull.
seriously. Oh, thank
Yeah,
you,
that
thank
is
you,
strong.
Zone.
Thank you,
yeah.
Zone. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Zone. I tried a lot of it. I don't think I've ever tried. That's their dry. That's just their dry. They're plain dry. I've tried their other stuff. That hits as hard as the BDS bottles.
Yeah.
So, but no, seriously, thank you, Zone, for sponsoring this meet. Here we go. Steven up here again. Let's see how he does. They did move up in weight. 132.5 called, which I think he can get. He just needs to stabilize, get that bar still. Oh, that's so. I don't think there's any strength issue there. I think really it was just kind of fell out of form. And if you notice, when he started, he got a later start command because that bar was not stable when he walked out. It was going side to side shifting. You have to show complete control before you get a start command on any of these lifts. So something to always try to take into account when you're calling your attempts. But he is at the meet. He's got 125 on the board for a successful first attempt. So now we got Lee coming up with 160. So that is 352 pounds. Submaster lifter. Walked out here. Let's see what do they call on that? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's too white. One side, the other side we couldn't see. Obviously, the one side wasn't. That was a depth.
I think it was our side that got called high. So
yep, which it looked, and that's what it looked like. But overall, like it's like what I was saying with like Steven's squat that David and them caught. These spotters have been catching lifts all weekend long, making it honestly look easy, which is not an easy feat, honestly, because they're catching them so quick. Lifts can go bad in a heartbeat here. So they've done an amazing job saving these lifters here. So we got Jeremy up. Jeremy with his third attempt, getting everything hyped. He's excited. Let's see him hit this. 352, 170, 160. Okay, there we go. Now he's got his pick. Good walkout. Braces and drives through. Look at that. There he goes.
Yeah, very good.
He's excited. And there. Look at, there you go. See? He's excited. He's in that meet. Jared, so he's 3 for 3. I'd like to see that type of excitement and energy after the lift than somebody using all that energy up before the lift. That's what I always kind of say. Keep it in check and celebrate once you got your whites.
I'm gonna riot if I don't see those photos posted on Instagram. That was a good photo of that post lift Selly. Yeah.
I think maybe he moonlights as a model or something. He knew what he was doing. Well, here we go. Aaron Earl Brown, 385 pounds. He gets this. He's 3 for 3 so far for the day. He's walked out. Gets set, looks ahead. He's got a very unique walkout because he keeps his head almost straight down to the ground when he's walking out. So he must count out his steps, and he knows kind of right where he is without having to look. And then that's when he actually sets head and neck and looks up. So good lift for him. Yep, now we have Ryerson going over the 400 mark, 407.
And we see this strategy sort of playing to his favor here for Ryerson. He misses opener on depth.
Right.
Common technicality to miss for, and then went up, smoked it on the second, and then here's
stick with the plan.
Back up another 10 kilos.
If you and your coach have a plan, you've already called your numbers and attempts, you stick with it. fast into the hole and fires right out of it. Gets 3 wide. There you go. Kind of makes that whole missed first attempt not even, it doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. And that's great. That's a nice thing if you can shrug off a bad lift like that. So we got Eric Martinez. Missed his second attempt at 185. Taking that 185 again here. So in the 407-pound number, common lift here. Let's see if he gets this one. I think it was called for depth on by both sides last time.
And I think that's a good call here. I mean, I don't think you want to risk going up again and then getting called for depth on a heavier weight.
No, the way that it moved last time, it definitely was a work. It definitely was a working set. So he's got to go lower and hit depth. We definitely want to make sure that that it's a weight you can come up with. No. Looks like he knew as soon as he came out of the hole, he just didn't have it there. So, but he's in the meet. He's got his 175 squat when he first stepped in to do it. So,
however, ladies and gentlemen, this next lift for Michael is super important. So in order to qualify, in order to continue the meet, qualify for a total, you need to at least be successful in one of your third attempts. So right now, Michael's at risk of bombing out, and he needs this attempt in order to stay in the meet.
watch as he steps up here.
So if there's anyone in this competition to cheer for right now, it's Michael right now.
Okay. No, still hasn't. He's got something that's just going on with hidden depth. I don't know. Maybe if it's just his. It is. It's unfortunate. See, now he does have the option if he wants to stay in as a guest lifter. He can still bench and deadlift. It's not going to count towards a finished total though on the meet. So it's kind of his call on things. Kevin, have you ever bombed out?
No, I have not. I've been at risk of bombing out before, but I've never actually bombed out.
I have one. I've got one bomb out. And ironically, it was here last year. But I learned, I'll tell you what, I was grateful for it because I learned a lot from that bomb out. I learned a lot. Tyler walking out. Again, very high bar placement here. Staying upright. Down in the hole.
And what a
Grinding that one out. It's still staying upright the whole time, grinding it out. That's force rate right there, and that's 3 white lights. Now, I don't know if he's just shaking his head because he didn't expect it to be that much of a grind. He wanted more. 3 for 3. So I got that. That was a good job. Yep.
What lift did you bomb out at?
It was a squat.
Yeah, did you continue the meet?
No.
No.
I had another meet that I was doing shortly thereafter, about 8 weeks after this one that I already had plans, and we just decided to call it. There was no need to just burn out at that point. Yeah, I bombed out on squat. It was actually David that caught me on my third attempt. David that is spotting us caught me on my third. So it's one of those things, though. I think whether if you have a bad meet or even if you bomb out of a meet, I am a true believer in success always follows failure. I had my best meet after that bomb out, so I'm actually very grateful for that bomb out. I needed to learn a lot about, and that's me 10 years into the sport competing before I hit my first bomb out. I think there was a lot. There was a lot that I still needed to learn. We have Philip coming up here.
15-kilo jump.
Yeah.
Very aggressive jump here.
40 up. Yep. Looks like that was easy. He could have put a 20-kilo jump on there and probably taken that. 2 whites.
Yeah, Surge Power Team coming in strong.
Yep. Let's see how Steven does here. So Steven moved up to 205. He missed his 192.5 second attempt. So we've got about 12.5 kilo jump, decent sized jump for your third if you missed your second. That kind of says he's probably in territory, you know, where he knows he hits these weights before. He knows how it feels. He knows what he should do. So. Yeah, a little bit, maybe I think too long of a pause down there in that hole. You have to have that kinetic energy basically still springing back up, fire out of that hole. Once you come to a dead stop, pause, it's much more of a grind there for you.
Yeah, a lot of the times, a lot of coaches give the cue, just commit into the lift, right? Don't hesitate coming into the hole. And we saw here, he kind of was hesitant getting into the hole, trying to feel out the depth, and then paused it a little too long, and then just kind of ran out of gas and didn't have enough to get himself up.
Yep. So here we go. Ethan coming up on 473 pounds, nearly 474. That was very deep. And that's 3 whites. Here we go with Dominic coming up for a state record attempt. 230 kilos, which pushes him over the 500 mark. 507 state record attempt. Team Donzo's barbell. Rises right up out of the hole with that. Slow. Gets 2 whites. So let's see Hudson come out and go for this at 512.
Let's see if he can make some sort of adjustment with his hands, because I know that bar was kind of slipping when he comes up. Not a major issue, but something to be worried about.
Yeah. Good catch, spotters.
And we are down to our last squat of this flight. We have Kevin, who will kick us off with 237.5 kilos or 523 pounds. And then pretty soon after that, we're going to follow right up with flight B.
They're just clearing the chalk on the bar, getting it set. So 523.6 pounds loaded up on the bar here for Kevin. So far, he's hit his last 2 attempts. Let's see if he goes 3 for 3 here on squat. looks good here. Yep, 3 white. So that wraps up the first flight of the second session today. So we're moving in right into flight B, the second flight here. Got Antonio Aguilar starting the top, 358 pounds on the bar. I'm looking like Antonio so far. He's got one meet under his belt. Was a perfect meet. He went 9 for 9. About 843 total on it. So let's see how today pans out. Whether he beats his total. He does another 9 for 9. His wife was competing in the first session, so.
Another member of the Surge Power team.
Up and down. That looked like a good one. Let's see what the judges say. Opening with 358, and it's on the board. Yeah. Antonio said his total. I was at the meet when he said his total, and I believe that was Iron Rebellion last year. I think is where he set his total. Gene Sapinski up next, Submasters, 125 kilogram class. Another Surge Power Team member. 4 meets under his belt here, 1,300 total that he set back in 2024. Gene opening up with around 425 on the bar. Walked out. Let's see what happens here. Gets this command.
Yeah, very easy.
Yep, right in the 3 white.
Caleb up next, 446 pounds. Junior lifter, age 20 to 23.
Got a lot of junior lifters today, which is good to see.
Yeah.
That keeps the sport going. So. Yeah, Caleb opening up 446 opener. Three white lights.
Yep. Good.
See how Michael does here. Sleeve lifter. 3 meets so far up till today. 13-17 total that he walks in here with.
Yeah, very deep squat. 3 whites.
Now we got Blake Mofo. This, I think, is where we start seeing, kind of some big separation in some of the lifts, especially when it comes to openers. Blake already opening with more than 500 pounds. We got 507 on the bar.
Yeah, and then stay tuned because we're going to have some openers over 700
Yeah.
pounds.
Yep. Blake, one of the individuals coached by Matt Sherafinski. 2-step walkout, which I am always in agreement with. Comes right down, fires right back up. Looks like the depth was good, and it is. 3 light. So on the board with a 507 opener.
Yeah, you can tell how he maximizes his leverages by choosing that stance width, and then as soon as he gets into the hole, he bounces right up to really look like a low effort lift.
So now Jason Myers coming up. Jason's competed here several times over the years. Very good lifter. Jumps in, helps everybody out. Just now it's his turn to get a chance to compete. Another 507 opener. So what I'm always curious about, though, too, is when I see someone that has a history of competition with both sleeves and wraps, and their totals are pretty close to each other. It makes me wonder, like, have they spent enough time in wraps? So we really got to understand them. I mean, there's only about a 55, pound difference between Jason's raw total and his wrap total. Obviously, today looks like obviously in sleeves. Yep.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, I had a lifter yesterday who we actually opted to compete in sleeves because we didn't feel like the amount of time for a prep was long enough to get adjusted into wraps. So that's why we competed in sleeves, because a lot of the times wrap lifting, you need a few more weeks to get adjusted to it and be able to actually like learn the gear.
Yep. In most cases, usually it's about the third week, and I definitely feel comfortable and back into the groove with wraps. I've had some times where, get me back in the first time and it already feels, like I haven't been away. But generally, in most cases, about 3 weeks is usually what I need to just get accustomed to it again. Manuel Gonzalez here, 518 up on the board. Continuing to move up in the weight here a little bit.
And so as we saw here, we had the monolift hooks moved inward, and that usually is for lifters who have a fairly wider grip, allowing their hand to be placed outside of the hooks. It's almost at a max width there. Hands almost near the collars.
Ready to walk out. Yep, unfortunately. Had to be saved on that one.
A very easy lift, just needs to get a little bit lower for the second attempt.
So Jawad up 573 pounds, 260 kilos. He is in the 125 open test class. So let's see how this goes.
And for those of you watching at home, this is just a little bit shy of 6 commercial gym plates. So 585 would be that number, but it's 573 pounds. So just goes to show, like, if you ever see 6 plates stacked up on top of each other, this is what this guy's squatting. Oh, beautiful opener.
Pretty deep and controlled. Here we go, 600 pounds, our first 600 of the day as an opener, coming from Nick Chandler. He is Team Rise Athletic Club.
Rise Athletic Club is here in Gurnee, Illinois, one of the local gyms that has a lot of strong lifters coming out of that gym.
Let's see how this goes. Kind of looking into Nick's lifts. He's got a history of approaching and almost getting a 700-pound squat. Just never really nailed it in competition. So here's see how this goes as an opener. If that's the plan that he has, try to make the jumps he needs to be able to get that. Yeah. There we go.
And a lot of that goes into the conservation of energy when you're opening so low. I mean, like mentioned, right, he is nearing a 700-pound squat. So opening up with 600, you're going to expect some pretty sizable jumps from him.
Yep. So here we are back with Samuel Sheeb here, opening up with 275 kilograms, 606 pounds. He is in the open 110 class division. There we go. Okay, walking this one out. Up and down. Looks like just a piston doing that. 3 of them.
Second to last squat.
Yep.
633 pounds.
Here we go. Now he gets set up here.
Setting up his squat stance, that way as soon as he unracks that bar, that monolift is going to be pulled and he'll be ready to squat.
There he goes.
Now we have our first over 700-pound opening squat. It's not just 700, 760.
Yep.
I had the opportunity to train with Marco a few times. He's a Chicago local, trains at Chicago Barbell Compound, TBC.
Yep. Yeah, let's see what Marco does here. He's got some pretty hefty goals here today. I've been kind of talking, watching his prep. Strong guy.
Yeah, he's been really eyeing that 800-pound in competition squat. So,
see how the 760 looks here. Good pick. He walked back in. Looks like that was 3 reds. I don't know if that was something on.
Yeah, lost a little bit of balance there. It didn't look like it was inherently a strength issue. Just kind of came down to a little funky.
Yep. So here's Antonio. 380 pounds on the bar. Then another team search powerlifter. Let's see what Antonio does here. He had a really good opener, 162, moved up 10 kilos on this. Wow. I think it all started with the pick. That's why you got 3 white lights. Good pick. Dropped fast into the hole and fired right up.
And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see no change in technique, no change in sort of cadence from the opener, second, and third, right? That just goes to show that you have dominated this weight, right? You have experience squatting this way, and you're prepared for it, right? Nothing's really throwing you out of technique or position.
But here's Eugene Sapinski. 10-kilogram jump, 446 pounds. Another surge lifter. Fires right up there. Let's see what they got. Three whites. Yep. Look good from here, too. Okay, Caleb's up. One of our junior lifters. 475 on the bar for a second attempt. Another 12.5 kilo jump here, just like last time. Let's see what happens here. Head down as he walks out. He keeps his head in that, or kind of down. Up and in.
And you get 2 to 1 and no lift for depth. Again, one of the difficulties with being such a tall lifter as well, it's such a long way up, long way down. A lot of longer range of motion.
Yep. So Michael here, Michael Foles, goal. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He opened it, our second attempt here, 217 and a half, 480 pounds. That's right up with it. Let's see what the judges say. Too white.
And you'll start to see some of these lifters struggle with the second attempt, but not completely empty out the tank, right? The second attempt is supposed to be something to gauge what you're going to plan for the third, right? Not supposed to be the all-out max.
Right. All right, Emmanuel here, 242.5 kilos, 534 pounds. As a junior, 20 to 23-year-old lifter. He did hit his prior, his 2.5. He comes out to the mono. So remember, as soon as it's called, that clock starts. So just because he's out here now doesn't mean he has 60 seconds from now. He has actually 30 seconds.
Very deep squat.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah.
Looked like he was going to get it. I thought he was going to grind through that.
Yeah.
And get that just right there at the top, kind of gave out.
I'm not sure if the camera caught it. He was kind of shifting a little bit towards his right side, so he kind of lost balance there.
Yep. Good catch, save it now. I think he scratched his third. It looks. Yep.
Yeah, he's already out.
He scratched third. He gave the table the side, and which he's going to be saving everything he's got then for bench and for deads. Blake Mopo coming up now, 245 kilos, 540 pounds, 15-kilo jump from his opener. So this is there you go. You see Matt Sherpinski behind him, centering him on the bar. Two steps for walk out. Good.
Yeah, look better.
Yep. Good job. Yep. Now we have Jason Myers.
550 pounds.
Definitely capable of it. I think Jason compete here several times. Back home in another meet that's back home. Jason kind of gets around quite a bit. From Wisconsin, I believe. So he travels kind of all over the Midwest to compete. Masters 50-54 lifter. Very strong, very capable of this right here. He is going to be going for 540 pounds. Taking the time, getting set up under the bar.
Again, he's got his full 60 seconds to receive the squat command.
Yep. Walk out, so.
That looked good.
Yep. Pretty collected and cool on that lift. 3 white lights. Yeah, I think definitely on the squat, that's one where we are gonna see most lifters wanting to take their time to set up. You've got to brace. You've got to get that bar pick just right. If you're walking it out, that takes time. But the setup with a squat is very, very, very.
And I think especially in this case, because we did have a considerable amount of lifters that dropped from this session. So we did condense flights, but they are overall reduced number of lifters competing. So the rest times are probably going to be a little bit cut short than what these lifters might have prepared or trained for.
Well, and we have to consider we already have some lifters already scratching their third attempts too, so that's going to move things up even faster for them. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into this, that I think everybody has to contend with. But so far, everybody's handling it well. Let's see what Michael does here.
Again, very fast.
Let's very, very fast lift. 2 lights. So he got his second attempt, moving up 10 kilos, running an opener that he missed. I'd say good call, especially with how that moved. That looked good. Let's see what he calls for his third. Maybe he's going to stick with the plan of continuing to go up.
I mean, it looks fast enough to think that he could probably go a little bit deeper in order to not get called for any reds.
He definitely has the right handler. They're helping him. Ellie actually competing yesterday at the Pro AM Day. Ellie actually placing and winning. So let's see what those two put together here. He did. 15 kilos. He moved up to 265. So Jawad coming out. Jawad have putting together so far some good lifts. 275 kilos, 606 pounds. Here we go. Called on left and right side, so possibly, obviously some depth issues there. Let's see what he does. He's getting some guidance from the judges, kind of asking what. Not it. Yep, knows exactly what to do. Let's see what he called. He decided to take it again. Same attempt. So he's gonna take that 606 again on his third attempt.
That's a good call. I mean, I think so. when you're expending that much energy, there's no reason to trying to go up again.
Yeah. So we got Samuel Sheeb up now, 290 kilos. Squat to depth. Commentary team doing a great job. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate all the squat to depth does as well. They are a huge factor, huge influence in the sport. So thank you, guys. There we go. So statement, called center and left. So let's see what he does here. I think this is where, too, in the second flight, once we get around to the second attempt, this is where we are going to start seeing maybe some missed lifts. I think they are starting to go for the bigger totals, maybe not playing it necessarily super safe. I mean, it's amateur day, but these guys are wanting to win just like the pros were yesterday. You're here for a reason.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where if you win the amateur day, it really sets you on the map for coming into the pro day.
No, it does. It does. I think a lot of these guys are planning, and I saw that yesterday. I saw a lot of the pros that were competing for the first time in the pro day yesterday were here amateur day last year. So Let's see. We got Nick Chandler here. We got actually some people in the chat that are our team, obviously, Nick Chandler. So I'm sure he's got some people rooting for him. Nick going here, 661 pounds. Nick in the 140 plus class. He's one of the big guys here. Needs to get stable before he gets that command. Wow.
Very good squat by Nick.
Yeah, that.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 whites. I'm surprised that that was some control because he moved very fast, being that stable, unstable, having a balance bar and come out, and then dropping like that and firing right up. That was, and he's, look at him.
Little dancey dance.
Yeah, he's dancing and happy right there. Good job, Nick.
Yeah, you're right, Israel. Too easy for Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. And he moved up. 20-kilo jump.
Fair,
Do it. Go for it.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. So now we got Michael Traficana, and again, another wrap lifter here. Mike with 672 on the bar for his second attempt. Yep. 305 kilograms or 672 freedom units. Appreciate the throwback on the Live Large singlet. Here we go. Okay, he's up with it. White. So you've been in it, Kevin, before. If you've gotten maybe on your squats 2 whites and you consistently get maybe like a right side red over and over, do you really try to correct it by your 3rd attempt, or you know that if you've been getting it all day long, stick with that plan?
I mean, I think in powerlifting, right, like, at least from my perspective, 2 is all you need, right? So
Exactly.
Two white lights is a good lift. So
Yep.
if you keep getting a consistent red light on one side, that might just be an imbalance on a hip shift, something
Yep.
you can't even change.
Yeah, you can exactly. Yep.
So I mean, I would go as far as to just keep doing what you're doing. Try not to change anything, especially when you're going into the 3rd attempt.
3rd attempt. I'm right with you on that.
All right, let's hear it.
Here we go. Here's Marco. Big Marco. I'm going with a lot. Let's see here. It's Marco at 760 lift here.
Let's go, Marco.
Yep, let's go, Marco. Honestly, Marco's. I want to see if he gets this because I already know what he's calling for his 3rd.
There he goes,
Right up
yep.
with it. But got some reds. Let's see what it is. I wonder if it was from all of them. I wonder if
It's on depth, yeah. 3 reds on depth.
Yep. So, I mean, he's right in the striking distance of what he wants.
Yeah,
If he gets 804, he's in the top 10 of all time.
So this is interesting because a lot of the times, especially as a wrap lifter, sometimes you just need a little bit more weight to push you down. Yeah.
Exactly. So I've kind of been talking. I mean, he's got. Look, if you look down there, you guys can't really see it, but at the table, he's got Gonzo. He's got everybody that he needs that's been helping him with this prep. I've seen his prep.
Yeah.
I think he can go for that 804. I really want to see what he calls here. 804 would put him top 10 of all time drug testing. 832 would put him top 5. The control was there, the speed's there. So let's just see what they call out.
And just then we saw that he loaded 350 kilos, so just going up another 5 kilos.
Here's Mr. Aguilar right here. Tony Aguilar here. 182. Let's get up with that. There you go. Good
Nice.
job. Let's see what they say. Yes. Awesome. 3 for 3 on squat so far for Tony Aguilar. Look at that. He's excited. Should be. Good job. There's our hype man. You guys can't really see it because, I mean, our camera's right there is on the platform, but this place is packed. All the lifters and all the flights, they're not just back in the warm-up area just sitting around waiting for the next ones. A lot of these guys are out right next to the platform screaming at their competitors, at people that they're going up against, looking for them to also hit their lifts. everybody is pushing everybody to be as best as they can be, as strong as they can be today.
That's one thing about powerlifting that you don't see in any other sport, where you see your direct competitors wanting to see you do your best, right? You never want to prey on anybody's downfall. You never want to see them not succeed, because for instance, if I'm competing against you, I want to beat you at your best.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I don't want to hand out. I don't want to give me. I think what's really special about, especially here at Surge New Levels, is everyone is pushing. Everybody is out here. I mean, you have the spotting and loading crew. I bet I've had these guys behind me when I'm in competition. You know, David's in my ear calling out what's going good in my lift. I have the guy that's running the mono. Good pick, good call. Like, you are set for success here. Everybody wants to see everybody do their best.
And just as we get things moving on the platform, we had some technical difficulties with the TV kind of going down on us, but we're still keeping the platform going. We have the referees who have, we're going to signal good lift or no lift for now, and then we're making sure that the appropriate weight is being loaded. Since our display is not working.
Exactly.
A lot of moving parts when it comes to a competition.
So there we go. So Eugene getting the squat command, coming right up. 2 whites. There we go. We are right back up and running. So he came back and he got the 210. So now we've got Caleb coming up. We're taking his 215 again. He missed the 215 last time. Going for this one here. Let's see what we've got here. So here we go. Caleb coming in, going for 473.
That looked a little bit better.
And judges think so too. 3 white. So we got it. Good job. Yep, good job. Yep, we've got a lot of people up in the chat watching the amateur today, so really happy to see that. Glad you guys are here supporting the amateur day. These guys are just as good as the pros that we saw yesterday. Everybody competing for a spot, everybody chasing the total. So Michael Folsenlogel, and like I said, guys in the chat, if you know these people and I'm mispronouncing their name, please tell me. I am not going to take any offense to that, because I want to make sure that they're getting called out and recognized right. But let's get Michael up here. 501. Let's see him break this 501 squat here. Yep. 13-17 total so far in all of his meets. He's down. He is up.
Yep.
And he's got a good lift. He's got over 500 there. 500 out of a 13-17 total is a big chunk. I wonder if he's going to be able to maybe set a new total today.
Yeah.
Now, one of my personal favorites coming up, just because he's a really good guy, Jason Myers coming up here. I imagine a lot of these guys here have competed with Jason. Jason's been all over the place before competing, so let's see him on his third attempt here. Got the chance to go for 3 for 3 so far. 556. One of the Masters 50 to 54 class. Jason, another one of Matt Sherafinski's lifters. So he'll have Matt coming out behind him, getting him centered. Basically between Matt, Gonzo, and probably Greeno. These guys are doing a lot of laps today. They got a lot of lifters in this meet, so good to see that. Got David going right there, back spotting, right up on him. Going down. Definitely, I'm going to say good depth. Beautiful looking spot, 3 white lines. And I think that's the one thing that's understated here too, is when I'm saying, you got Davidson going behind you back spotting. It is a skill to be that close on somebody but not interfere with the lifter. But he does not touch the lifter. He does not get in the way when they're walking out, when they're squatting. But if something is going to happen, he is right there to catch it in a split second.
And one of the favorite techniques too is as the lifter gets to depth, he moves his arms out of the way to allow the side referees to see the depth, right? Because you don't want to obscure the referee's angle. You don't want to not let them properly adjudicate the lift, right? So as soon as that lifter is recovering from the squat and the refs have seen depth, he's back up against the lifter.
Yeah, no, it is a skill. It is. I have just as much fun watching the lifters as I do watching this crew spot. There we go.
We have our coach steps on the platform, lines up his lifter on the bar, and then steps out as he walks it out.
Blake with 260 with 573 on here. Beatty down in the hole, gets depth. And 3 white lights. So that's, I think, again, that goes to show, too, when you're hitting squats like that. Another one of Team Sheriff, that's Matt Sherifinsky's lifter. Another 3-for-3 lifter, this guy. So he is setting up his lifters for success so far in this meet. All 3 of them are walking off, going back to the warm-up area. That's nice to see.
And that's
everybody's supporting everybody.
Yeah, and that's what you want, right? 3-for-3, it builds so much confidence. Oh my gosh, I can't even.
And I still don't think by the end of the meet, you don't necessarily need to be 9 for 9. But man, 3-for-3 on squats, that is a good way to start the day. Here's Michael here. 584 on the bar here. Yep. Let's get him set. Give him the squat command here. Braced. Wow, good recovery there at the hole. A little unstable in the hole, but good recovery. Let's see what they say. Didn't quite nail it though. Must not have gotten the depth on one side. Center, what the center said.
Yeah, center referee also called him on depth with that red card.
Yeah.
And that's more of a controversial take there from the center referee.
From center, calling depth.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a referee myself as well.
Same here.
And I do it at times, but I think on the more egregious cases where it's a 3 unanimous,
it has to be very apparent. Yeah.
Yeah, I think usually when the referee centered is positioned off center, from those 3, you can kind of see the hip joint a little bit.
Yep.
But it is still very
straight up. I agree. I do agree. However, I'm not sitting in that chair today. So
who are we to disagree with the
Exactly.
We're just commentators for today.
Let's see what Jawad does here, because he's retaking his 275. And so it's all reds, all 3 reds. So obviously he saw some. Now, Jawad's got some big quad. He's got a big quad. That always reminds me of somebody like a Dan Bell build or something like that, which Dan was always criticized and told. I've seen Dan squat in person. I've been there in person, in front of him, on his side, seen depth. It's hard, though, when you have someone with really large legs like that, sometimes it's hard to see, especially, here on a screen. So.
And I think even looking at depth, when you have so many hands, so many limbs in the way with a spotter, sometimes you can't even see the hip joint because the arms, the spotter, the arm is in the way.
Yep. But here's the cool thing, though. He's got his 260. He's got his opener. A lot of these guys, if they're missing their second or third, they've got their openers. Let's see what happens here with Samuel. Taking that 300 kilos, and he got 3 bites. That's awesome. So he missed his 290 on his second, came back, got his 300. So, I'm sitting here talking about go 3-for-3 on squats is great and walk into it. But man, you get if you called your third as your highest, then you get that.
Yeah, you
let's take that.
Went 3 for 3.
There you go. You went for 3-for-3 as far as I'm concerned.
And it's a gamble some of these lifters are willing to take, right? Because this is still a competitive meet. These guys are competing against each other, so they are trying to build the highest possible total, and it all starts here with the squats.
So we have, I believe, 3 more lifters in the flight here, and these are the biggest lifts. So we've got Nick, Michael, and Marco. Nick and Michael are both already hitting it over. We got 320 kilos on the bar, 705 pounds. And so far, Nick is 2 for 2. Nick was fast last time. That second lift was fast. Let's see it. Let's see how he moved. Yeah, 20 kilo jump. Let's see if that speed's there. More stable than his second attempt. Already walking out more stable.
Wow.
More stable. The speed was there. Had to grind that one out. 2 lights. He got it. Look at him. Look at him. Yep.
There you go. Well earned.
Yeah, well earned. Well earned.
700 pounds.
He knows he set himself up going into, so he's happy there. So Mr. Trafficante now, Michael Trafficante coming up.
Same weight.
Yeah, same weight. Same weight. He's with Blair Strength System.
So he weighed in at 106. This is about 3 times body weight squat. Just a little bit over that. So this is very, very impressive squatting for him to be. Yeah, I mean, body weight squats is always going to be more impressive the heavier the lifter you are. So it's weighing over 100 kilos, squatting over 700. That's insane.
Yeah. Get himself psyched up here and pumped. Gonna stay under the mono here in wraps. Let's see how this goes here. Big breath, brace. Let's see how you came up with it. 2 whites. He got it. He's got one. Probably called for depth on one side.
Yeah.
Got the 2 whites.
And you saw my expression when it came out.
Let's see what happens here. For those that are at home, where we're at, so we are in the we're up in the ring, in the boxing ring at Surge 3 level. So we're kind of up in an elevated position, over on the left side of the mono, lifter's left side. So we got a really good shot, but the angle kind of, this is why you always leave it up to the judges. These judges see it all. So, all right, everybody up on their feet.
Marco needs
Everybody
this
stay
weight.
here. Marco needs this squat. So he's got to get this squat to be in the meat. He's called it. He knows what he needs to do. 350 kilos.
Not just for the heaviest squat of this session of the day, but to just stay in the meat. To post the total.
Stay in the meat.
Let's go, Marco.
Let's go, Marco. You can get this.
You've done it before. Let's go, Marco.
Yep. It's unfortunate. You don't want to see it. Really good dude, really good lifter. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Had that happen to me.
Yeah, I mean, you've had best of the world lifters bomb out, right?
Yep.
On their specialty lift, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
so I saw I talked with Marco a lot yesterday. I know how well his prep was going. You can have the best prep in the world. Meet day is not the same as prep day, as lift day. It's not the same. So we'll see what happens here. So we are coming back. So that wraps up squats.
we're going to take an intermission while our platform crew sets up for the bench press event, and we'll be
probably back in about 10 minutes or so.
We'll be right back.
We'll be back. So stay tuned.
community that we have built at Search Tuning Levels is unlike anything I could have ever imagined. And as people kept coming to us, it wasn't just, oh, I want to lift with somebody. It was a community where people could be friends, people could be family, you know, where they could go ahead and rely on each other as teammates as well. So it's really created something where we could genuinely count on all these people for anything and everything. And it's a second home for a lot of us. Lifting for myself and for a lot of other people is an outlet. Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, why would you abuse your body that way? Why would you spend so many hours in the gym? Why would you do the things that we do on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? But for us, it means a lot. It's an outlet to be able to escape, maybe for some people, the things that, you know, they're struggling with at home, they're struggling with at work. It's a way to go ahead and express themselves and relieve that stress. But for a lot of people, it's pretty much a place where they can go ahead and just say, none of that matters. We're here together and we're all doing the same thing. So we're family. This is Search New Levels, and welcome to your new home.
As an athlete, you're always looking for an edge. From recovery to your nutrition to your workouts. Anything that's going to help even 1%. And the equipment you use is no exception.
You want to use the best gear made with the latest technology that shows up for you time and time again when it matters. But we still have a problem. Quality training gear was either overpriced or it didn't last. We thought, why choose between premium and affordable when you deserve both?
We created next level of strength because we believe high quality performance gear should be within reach for everyone. From the seasoned pro to the person taking the first steps into the gym.
We made these products and we know what works and what doesn't because we live it every day. The colors, the design, every fabric and detail were picked to create great products that help deliver performance and style.
But this isn't just about products, it's also about people. We want to build more than a brand. We're building a community, a place for anyone chasing strength, performance, and a better life. No matter who you are, Next Level is committed to helping everyone get better.
I'm John Hack.
And I'm Andy Huang.
And this is Next Level.
Join us and redefine your limits.
Community that we have built at Search Tuning Levels is unlike anything I could have ever imagined. And as people kept coming to us, it wasn't just, oh, I want to lift with somebody. It was a community where people could be friends, people could be family, you know, where they could go ahead and rely on each other as teammates as well. So it's really created something where we could genuinely count on all these people for anything and everything, and it's a second home for a lot of us. Lifting for myself and for a lot of other people is an outlet. Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, why would you abuse your body that way? Why would you spend so many hours in the gym? Why would you do the things that we do on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? But for us, it means a lot. It's an outlet to be able to escape, maybe for some people, the things that, you know, they're struggling with at home, they're struggling with at work. It's a way to go ahead and express themselves and relieve that stress. But for a lot of people, it's pretty much a place where they can go ahead and just say, none of that matters. We're here together and we're all doing the same thing. So we're family. This is Search New Levels, and welcome to your new home.
As an athlete, you're always looking for an edge, from recovery to your nutrition to your workouts. Anything that's going to help even 1%. And the equipment you use is no exception.
You want to use the best gear made with the latest technology that shows up for you time and time again when it matters. But we still have a problem. Quality training gear was either overpriced or it didn't last. We thought, why choose between premium and affordable when you deserve both?
We created next level strength because we believe high quality performance gear should be within reach for everyone, from the seasoned pro to the person taking the first steps into the gym.
We made these products and we know what works and what doesn't because we live it every day. The colors, the design, every fabric and detail were picked to create great products that help deliver performance and style.
But this isn't just about products, it's also about people. You want to build more than a brand. We're building a community, a place for anyone chasing strength, performance, and a better life. No matter who you are, Next Level is committed to helping everyone get better.
I'm John Hack,
And I'm Andy Huang.
and this is Next Level.
Join us and redefine your limits.
we are getting back into it. Surge, start bench off here. 30 seconds before we go. We're going to have Ryerson Walsh starting out with 77.5 kilos on the bar. It's going to be 170 pounds.
We had a fantastic squat session just a few moments ago. We had a few lifters squat over 700 pounds.
Good big squats, and this is not the pro day.
Yeah, I mean, like
So
we were.
that's some good numbers.
Yeah, what we were saying earlier, a lot of these lifters are future pros, right? Like this is kind of that stepping stone for people competing in that pro day. So a lot of the lifters who either win their amateur day, you might end up seeing them in the pro stage in a few years.
Well, I was saying in the session one earlier, as I was saying, a lot of these people, some of these people at least, might be people that kind of missed the sign-up window for the pro day too, and just still wanted to compete at Surge. It's a nice gym. It's a very cool environment, very cool meet that happened. It's happening.
Yeah, we have a packed house this afternoon.
Setting up his bench here. Bench being the most technical of the three. You're going to have to start, the press, and the rack commands. They need to wait for all of them. A lot of misses we'll probably see today are going to be butt coming up off the bench and probably rush commands.
Yeah, I
It can
mean,
get a little hard to hear. A little bit. Music loud, the environment's loud.
yeah, I think that also with the commands is ensuring that you're not just too zoned in with the lift. You're also just paying attention to your surroundings and the referee.
Yep. So we're seeing some pretty. I competed yesterday myself. I felt the commands were pretty good. Bench. The rule book is it is motionless on the chest. So a lot of times, if you hear or have complaints about your bench command, you should take a look at how your bar is going onto your chest. If it is actually being motionless, or if you are still moving around, we may see some longer commands, quote unquote, with people that have a little less control over the bar.
Sometimes we'll see it with some of the bigger guys that do a sink sort of bench press.
Yep.
It's not when the bar touches the chest, but when that bar is motionless. So if that bar keeps sinking down in your chest, you're not going to get that press command until that bar comes to a complete stop, and then you get the press.
A lot of times I see with the sink, they sink in and then they just
It kind of
they
wobbles a little
wobble
bit. yeah.
around because they're not fully tensioned into the bar. So it leaves some of the looseness, and they just don't quite have that motionless for until it really settles. Then they get a press.
Jeremy Pilaria up next, 198 pounds. Went 3 for 3 on squats, hit a PR there. Went, looking to open us up, 90 kilos.
Team Kaiju Fitness. I think the first lifter was a Team Kaiju as well.
Yeah, I believe that's Jeremy's team. He's local here from Surge.
Very clean, soft touch. So sometimes you get a little longer press on your soft touch because it's hard for the ref to see when you actually stop and are touching the press. And we have that slow, controlled descent right there.
State record attempt, Eric Martinez.
Eric Martinez, one of our refs, national level ref. I've done a few big meets now with him being the ref there.
He was just at PLU not too long ago in Teaneck, New Jersey. A lot of these refs were actually there.
Yeah, I was there too.
I was handling a few lifters there, so a lot of familiar faces, but 2-1, good lift for Eric.
He's asking the refs what he got. His red light. I always want to do that. Make sure you ask the refs.
And even though if you guys are watching on the live stream, you can see the square, the colored square below the light. That gives you an indication of what the infraction was for. So you have red, blue, and yellow card infractions, but it's still safe and still nice to ask your referees directly what the infraction was for. That way you know exactly what to fix and what to address for your next attempt.
And the cars are fairly new for us. We implemented them in July at Nationals, so just a few months off of that. So some of the lifters and even some of the refs can be not quite as familiar with them. So I mean, I know I couldn't tell you what the colors are right now. I've only done 2 meets nationals, and then I've had 1 meet myself that I hosted that we used the color cards. Just a few more, a little bit more experience with it, and I'll have it down myself. So I don't expect the listeners to know it yet. So again, just ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lee Cohen coming up next, 102.5 kilos, 225, 2 plate date in gym terms.
Yeah, for those of you watching at home, these are 2 commercial gym plates for an opening bench. So expect Lee to go up above this for second and third.
Coach looks like a BBM, body by Marissa. I think she's a coach here out of Chicago herself. Very clean. Oh, never mind. It looked clean and controlled right at the end. He knew he did it, though. Pulled it back just a little too soon. Missed the rack command. And yep, 3 red lights. Missed that command. He knows what he did, though, and I think they're still safe to go up for the next one.
I think sometimes you just get a little bit too excited when that bar presses up your chest. You just kind of rack it, throw it back into the rack.
A lot of times you'll see when you're training, too, you don't have that. You don't get the commands in your gym like you do at a press meet, so you kind of do what you're used to, then you end up doing that. They went up 110, so they're not going to retake it. I think that's a good call. Ethan White doing 110 now himself. That's 242. Very strong. Always want to have nice, easy openers. Just when you see them grinding openers, even that's usually a bad sign. Something's going wrong. Bench is one that you can kind of get away with because it is so technical. You can just have your setup off a little bit and really come back and even maybe go up just a little bit. Make sure you're getting it locked down and in properly, and then really hammer your next attempt. Versus some of the other ones, the squat, grinding out a squat usually is a bad indicator. It's not going to be your day. Opener squat. You grind out your third.
Yeah.
Be okay. Zach Barr, 122.5 on the bar. 270 pounds. Getting some bigger jumps between lifts here, or between lifters here.
And some of these lifters that went 3 for 3 in squats, you start to think about the momentum they're carrying into the bench press event. A lot of confidence.
Let's feel good going 3 for 3 in the bench. Self handoff here. Very wide feet. Very wide grip. Good clean bench.
Works well for him. 3 white lights.
It's interesting to me because to see everybody's different setups, because I feel like one of the most differentiated between each lifter. If they're gripping narrow, wide, if their feet are narrow, wide, if they have an arch or not much of an arch.
And I think it really comes down to the different points of contact you have, right? Not just your hands on the bar, but you got your upper back, shoulders, your butt, your feet, all can take different forms and places.
Yeah.
I mean, some lifters prefer to, they come down to the chest, their head comes up. You see all these sorts of different techniques.
I've always heard when your head is coming up, that's usually an indication you're running out of range of motion. And you're compensating with your head coming up for your shoulders not being able to go back anymore. Mm-hmm. Personally, just from my own experience, I've noticed I've done my head up before, and I know that I don't have great shoulders. So if you do that, maybe think about your shoulder mobility.
Yeah.
Don't become like me and have perfect shoulders. Steven had a great first push there.
He's already kicking us off with a state record attempt, Dominic. 281 pounds for the 75-kilo lifter.
Setting up a more regular competition grip, I'd say. Feet a little narrow. Dropped it. It's one of the things I kind of like to watch for on bench as well, is how they bring the bar down. A lot of times, at least when I'm coaching my athletes, I like to have them really pull into their lats and kind of control it down a bit, not just drop. Losing lat tension, one, make you have a longer press command, and two, it doesn't give you your lats to flare back out as you try to bring the bar up.
It's really hard to re-engage everything after you get that press command. You want to stay as tight as possible, because once you lose that tension, once you lose and you kind of just let that bar staple you down to the bench, it's really hard to regain all that back.
Yep. Losing those lats will lose a bit of your arch, if not all of it, as well. We've got Tevin coming up with 130 kilos. A little bit of bouncy on the chest. Looks good, though.
So Michael unfortunately bombed out in the squat portion of the meet, wasn't able to register a good squat, but he's still opting to continue on this competition and at least get some bench presses and deadlifts on the board, which he's perfectly allowed to do. The only thing that he can't do is place or win a medal, but he can still lift.
And he looks like he was Team Power Surge, so this is his local gym. A good place to learn, your local gym. Don't have to travel very far, not spending a bunch of money on hotels and food and all that, to kind of learn the sport a bit and fix some problems he might have had on his squat. Oh, that looked like he rushed for command there. Yep. Not. Looks a little hard too. Looks like we have Mike Riddick coming up. He was also. Oh, he hasn't put in a template. There we go. There it is.
Yep.
We ended up the flight, but didn't quite have everybody's attention. They can pass. Tyler setting up a big arch, it looks like. Trying to reduce his range of motion as much as he can. Very clean bench there.
Good attempt. Going up 2.5
Coach is
kilos.
running him down.
Yeah.
Want to see how that felt before we make the call?
Yeah, and lifters do have 60 seconds to put in their next attempt after they receive the referee decision. So you do have to not take too much time talking to your coach and deliberating with them on what you should go up, because if you do run out of that timer, if your previous attempt was successful, you automatically go up by 2.5 kilos, and if your previous attempt was unsuccessful, you just retake that same weight.
Yep. I always just like to let my coach decide. I'd say yay or nay, and then we go from there. I don't want to know what I'm lifting. Philippe did 135 there. Very fast, very easy. That's 297, right on the precipice of 300.
And that's one of the benefits of having a handler or a coach to make the calls for you. You're already, as a lifter, you're thinking about so many things, getting in the zone, getting your equipment on, all those sort of things, right? What music you're listening to, right? All those sorts of things. That the last thing you want to do is think about what weight you want to lift, what the numbers, right? The nitty gritty of, should I go up 7.5, 5 kilos, right? You don't want to think about those stuff. So you put that off to a handler. And a good handler is going to know a little bit more about your training history and kind of what you're used to doing as far as jumps are concerned.
I know some people that do like to know what they're going to lift, and some people that don't. If I'm more invested, I kind of like to know. But this time I knew my shoulders were busted and I didn't really care. So whatever's on the bar, I was going to give it a shot and take it for a ride. Hudson just took 167.5, but he did not get it. A blue and a yellow. Blue usually soft. I'm not sure the yellow call might have been. Maybe they thought he rushed the rack command. Might have been, but I believe yellow is for technical. So he'll have to ask with his refs and figure it out. Clean it up for the next one. And that will take us back to the beginning of the flight with Ryerson.
I think that's one of the things that sucks about just me personally is that I can look at a barbell and already know what weight it is, so I can't really go with the blind eye of just kind of lifting, just lifting. As soon as I look at the weight or the bar, I know what I'm lifting.
I just don't even pay attention. I go up, I lay down on the bench, and I kind of set up, and I didn't pay attention to what sort of chips are on there or anything.
Yeah.
I really tunnel vision in myself. Focus up. I try to make sure I have eye contact with my coach to make sure he's behind me to give me my handoff.
Yep.
Personally need those. My busted shoulders. Ryerson looked like a good attempt. Let's see what the judges say though. Delay on the lights. For thumbs, we got one thumb up, the head. I think side good, good thumbs up. One of them, so at least have 2-1. Good, good. There we go.
I'm seeing thumbs up.
Thumbs up. 3 thumbs up. We got 3 white lights there. Good attempt for Ryerson. Next up, we have Esteban with 90 kilos, 198 pounds. You know that one in my weight class that I had to cut too. So. Let's see if we get that moved over.
There we go. We're just waiting for that overlay to be updated. We got Esteban, 198, coming up next.
Just a little technical difficulty we're trying to address, looks like. Give us just 1 moment. So what is your favorite lift?
I think right now my favorite lift is bench, but my best lift is deadlift.
My favorite lift right now is squat.
Yeah?
And it's probably my best lift as well. It's squat right now. Both shoulders are busted up, so I can't really bench. And deadlift has been kind of hit or miss on me. She's
Right now,
real reliable, and she's kind of let me down right now.
Yeah, right now I'm really liking the technical aspect of bench. It just feels so crisp and everything. Just and the way my setup is, and then deadlift, I just so reliable. So really not much thought going into it.
You used to be my reliable too. Wish it could be again. I'll get this. How about you, chat? Everybody, let us know what your favorite lift is. Esteban, very nice control over the bar. Looks very clean on that bench. He's got. Let's see.
We're still trying to work out the referee lights here. Hopefully we see some thumbs.
Connections is just not quite working right for lifting caster now.
I'm seeing some thumbs right now, some good thumbs up.
3 thumbs up. I believe that was 3 thumbs up. I think he has maybe another 7.5 kilos on that bench.
It's one of the things about running meets is you always want to keep the platform going, right? Whether it's thumbs up, doing it manually, right? Having a loading chart next to you if you really need it, right? All those things.
Yep. Well, the good thing is with lifting cast, you can at least manually from the table they can set it. They just have to know. They have to kind of be told, hey,
the weights, rack height, all that stuff.
Got to get from the refs, hey, that was a good attempt, hey, that was a bad attempt. Take it to the next lifter now. Jeremy Tyler Hilario up next, 97.5 kilos. 214 on the bar.
A surge local here, coached by Mitch De La Merced.
Wide leg setup. Really, I kind of like the wide leg setup more recently on my bench just to get more drive back and not shooting my hips up.
Yeah, sometimes when people have their feet pointed either too far forward or something like that, their hips just tend to just shoot straight up, and you want to transfer that energy into the bar and not just up.
I like to hold my leg tension, kind of hold the tension instead of kind of trying to drive. Just to keep my back and everything tight. I don't try to drive as much with the leg drive itself during the press myself. Everybody's got a different setup though on bench, and I think that's where it's a little more interesting to see how they do set their setups. Get Eric back up. Eric's being handled by Micah. Long-time veteran himself. Oh, not quite. Right there for Eric. That looks rough.
Yeah, he got a bit of a long hold on the chest. Just you saw there was a bit of movement on his chest at the bar, so he didn't get a press command right away.
I'm wondering if they retake. Looks like they're going to retake. I don't know if I would take after that. That looked like it was quite a bit of a grinder for nothing, and then I feel like I'd end up cramping trying to do that again.
Yeah, I think what might be a good call would be either scratching and saving that energy for the deadlifts.
Yeah. You don't want to try to push bench too hard and end up cramping your back. It's very easy to do. I did it myself yesterday. Kicked myself in the back because of it. You don't want that lat cramped up going into deads when you want them very solid. So you have Aaron Earl Brown, 105 kilos on the bar, 231.
So coaches are permitted to give their lifters a handoff. They just have to step away and allow room for the referee to give them the commands.
Down there, up, no, not quite. It looks strong out the chest, and then he just kind of lost a bit of the drive. Might be able to retake that, and just got to keep his lats real tight.
And I think that might have been the case here where he lost a bit of tension and that bar pad sort of just moved on him, so it deviated from his original positioning.
Yeah.
So it might have not entirely been a strength issue, just more so just stay a little bit tighter for the next one.
Just a little bit of the technical. Something I think we can clean up. 105, taking it back again. So we have Lee Cohen, 110.
If you recall, he jumped the rack command on his opener, still went up, moved easy. So it's up to see him.
I think going up was the good call. As long as he can wait for his commands this time, he'll be okay. The tough spot is like making sure you do get that second once you miss your opener, especially when you go up.
We see it too often.
You don't want to be grinding out a second that you missed your opener and then have to try it again on your third. That looked good, though. It looked like they took a more conservative call for a second. And he's going to have 3 rounds.
I could say this now, but too often we see people missing an opening attempt on a technicality. They go up and then they miss it on strength. And then now it's a really tough situation to be in because now you have to not only fight your third to stay in the meet, but you're having to recover from missing it on a strength.
Yeah. And a lot of times, unless you're really trying to win the meet, there's not a lot of point to going up, in my opinion. Unless you're trying to hit like a qualifying total and you're really trying to stay on track for that. Or if, again, you're trying to win the meet. Going up when you're not winning, not jockeying for position or trying to win a meet, it's kind of you're really putting yourself out on a limb that you don't need to be on, and it's stressful.
Yeah.
Ethan took 120, looked pretty happy with himself on that, looked very clean. I think he may have another 10 kilos yet. Zach Barr, 127.5 on the bar, 281. Jumped from 122.5, so just a 5-kilo jump. Very big. Ethan had taken a 10-kilo jump before him. Bench is one of those ones where just a 2.5 can really be the make or break difference of smoking a bench to hitting a brick wall. And it's just kind of different for everybody. So we'll see how this plays out for Zach. I think he still looks pretty strong. He is very wide, and he has very control down. We'll kind of see if this looks like his opener.
Good attempt.
Looked about like his opener. I think he could definitely bump that up a little bit more yet. 2.5. What that one is. Maybe his butt. Hard to say. Really hard to say from where we can see.
I think I saw the referee indicate like something about a press command, so I'm not sure if he jumped it or something like that, but just a technical thing, definitely not a strength issue.
We have Michael. He has had a rough day today. Let's see if he can get an attempt on the board. This is it's a tough day, especially when you're going this deep to really get into the right headspace to hit attempts and not just really give up. So, I mean, already props to him for staying in at this point and not just going home. That looks clean.
There we go.
I think that was it. I believe he had just missed in a command on this last time. So,
we got the green on the board. And again, it's really a good experience builder and really good like moment here for Michael to continue on the meet and not give up on all of the training that he's prepared for these past couple months. Just continue the meet, right? Have fun. Yeah. Have a see if you can hit a PR if there is one in you, and really just try to just have fun. That's really what it's all about.
It's a bit of a learning experience too. I mean, especially if it's your first or one of your first meets. Just really getting familiar with the commands, getting familiar being in front of a crowd. That's a different experience for some people. We have Steven coming up 132.5 kilos.
I'm not sure if you personally have bombed out yourself, but I know
knock on wood.
I know a lot of these elite level lifters, even the ones competing yesterday, have at some point bombed out in their careers, who've been competing for decades.
Yeah. Knock on wood, haven't had that yet. I haven't had to drop a meet or a bomb out. I've had many close encounters. I just really like to open light and get openers and then make a little bit more of an aggressive second attempt. It really helps my nerves.
After you get something on the board.
I get on the board and then I can just breathe. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to bomb out now. Yeah. Like, whatever happens, happens. So... We have Dominic up 135 kilos. Be fast down. Fast up, though. That's good. I think he's got a decent bit more in there. Maybe another. Took a 7.5 kilo jump. I'd say 7.5 again. Maybe even 10, to be honest. He looks pretty good there. We have Kevin coming up next, 135 as well. Surge Power Team, local lifter here. Looks good. Let's see. 3 white lights. Very easy. Next up, we have Tyler Zuno, 140 kilos on the bar, 308. We are cracking 300-pound barrier now.
And for these lifters are hitting some pretty consistent lifts, going hitting all greens, right? They went 3 for 3 in squats. Presumably, hopefully, they go 2 for 2 on the second round of bench. But it's a good confidence builder, as we were talking about. That's really what builds a total and ends up winning meets when it comes down to it. If you really needed a pull for the win.
Yep. Let's give a quick shout out to these spotters and loaders. They've been killing it today. They killed it yesterday too. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. If you want to get more invested into your own powerlifting scene locally, spot and load. They always need more, and it is always appreciated. You will see a lot more lifting, and you will see a lot of different things you might not have known about powerlifting, different techniques, different problems that you can carry over into your own lifting, make you a better lifter yourself.
That's the first way I started giving back to the sport, started getting involved with spotting and loading, right? It's one of the easiest. You just volunteer your time, even if it's helping clean the bench, even if you're not loading weights, right? Anything helps, but just having more bodies to rotate in and out just makes the meet run ever more faster.
Yep. That was 3 red lights for Tyler. Now we have Philip with 140 kilos as well. Still 308 on the bar. Very quick press for Philip. I think he's got another 10 kilos.
Yeah.
He only went up 5. I'd really like to see him push a little bit more yet. I think he's got it in him. Next up we have Hudson. Hudson having a rough day, it looks like. We've got 1 bench, 1 squat. We're going for 167.5. Missed his opener. He's taking it again. Sometimes just getting that 1 attempt really can swing the day, though. You can start racking up your good attempts again. His feet are slipping a little bit. Looks good though, maybe.
There we go. 3 red lights.
So your feet can move during bench. It just cannot come up.
So you can bench with your heels up off the platform, but if the entire foot comes up off, then that's a no lift. Bit different compared to the squat. So on the squat, you can kind of roll, lose balance a little bit, rock on your heels and toes. But if your feet move laterally, that between the lift, that'll be a no lift.
Yeah. We are going to the 3rd bench. Ryerson, 85 kilos on the bar. He went up just 2.5 kilos. So he can just add a little bit more to his total here. And there, like I said, just that 2.5 can just make or break a bench. Statistically, 3rd bench is the most missed lift in all power.
But the silver lining there is that you're only missing out on those 2.5 kilos, right? When it comes down to it, that's a much better scenario than missing a squat or a deadlift.
It's the least amount you can miss without it chipping a record of some sort that you could miss. So Stevan went up 7.5 kilos. Decent little 15 pounds-ish. I'm not sure if I heard a start command. Might have. Yep. 3 red lights.
And a good way to bounce back after going 1 for 3 on squats, being able to go 3 for 3 on the bench press event. So building some good momentum as he goes into deads.
Sometimes you can just get that one attempt and it really starts swinging things back in here. You start building confidence back up. So we have Eric Martinez coming again with 100 kilos, running back his last attempt. That was quite a bit of a grinder. Hoping he'll be able to get this easy and just had a little bit of a...
My hope, is that that second attempt was like a misgroove or something like that.
Type misgroove, something where he can just really get this and not have to spend too much energy on this. He's fighting it. Looks like he's going to have a little up and down if he gets... Yeah, not quite there today. Next up, we have Jeremy Tyler Hilario, 102.5 kilos A bar.
Jeremy's having a good meet so far. Looking to go 6 for 6, end up his day with a 226-pound bench press.
5 kilo jump. Setting up very wide feet. Looks like he had quite a bit more in there yet.
Yeah, Jeremy's having a great meet so far. Good job.
He's happy with that one. We have Aaron Earl Brown up next, 105 kilos. Retaking his from his second here.
Also a local competing, representing Surge Power Team. Getting coached by Mike on the back.
I believe he had just a little bit of a uneven setup last time, so let's see if you can get this maybe more squared away and take this easy. Maybe as he pressed, I kind of saw it one side go, maybe slipped the lat off on the side of the bench or something.
There it is.
Goes good. There we go, though. Hold it. And that looks good. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, good one. Maybe the butt came up a little bit. Might have had... Hard to say. Lee Cohen going up to 115 kilos. He added 5 from his last attempt.
It's almost like that first attempt never happened, right? Because he did go up after the opening miss, and then he's going up again. So
I think sometimes when you just miss on a small technicality and you go up anyway, it's just not quite even worth mentioning. You knew you got it. Didn't quite count, but it was good enough to hang a hat on for a minute. And it's not going to be there today, unfortunately.
Ethan White going for 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds. Also looking to go 6 for 6 if successful in this bench.
Took a 7.5 kilo jump from his second. I think he smoked his second. So I was hoping to see like the 10
kilo, yeah.
I think he's gonna smoke this, and we're gonna want to see more.
Yeah. I mean, believe it or not, though, sometimes these lifters might be erring on the energy conservation side of things, right? Yeah. You don't want to absolutely empty out the tank on bench because you can lead to your back cramping or overly fatiguing yourself for deads, and deads might be your best lift, so you don't want to.
Yep. You know what? I'm gonna admit I was
that
wrong.
Looked about
7.5 was the right call.
Wow.
That was it right there. I think that's a good lift, though. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1. He's got it.
That's probably as close as you can get to a good attempt, right? Yeah. With a grind like that and having it be 2-1, that's, you could say that's his max right there.
Yep. Michael went up 100 to 5 kilos, 135, 297 on the bar.
Hopefully starting to pick up a little bit of momentum.
Doing a thumbless grip. That butt's already up. You can see that from here. But he still got it up. So that at least is going to be a nice gym PR for him if that was a gym
Yeah,
PR.
so he had a delayed press command because I don't know if you guys saw it on the live stream. He did almost try to time that press command or started pressing a little bit prematurely, so that referee had to wait again for that bar to be motionless to then deliver the press command.
Now some people will try to beat the press command and time it right when they say press if they are pressing.
I almost bombed out of my second meet ever trying to play that game. It never worked. It never worked.
It's a dumb game to play. You don't want to. You just don't know what they're seeing.
Right.
I don't know. When I do my bench anymore, my eyes are closed, so I don't even try to look where I'm at. I'm just listening and trying not to feel as much of it as I can. Zach Barr coming up with 135 kilos on the bar, up from 127.5. Took another 7.5 kilo jump. And not quite today. It's unfortunate. Next up, we have Kevin, 137, 5 kilos on the bar. Just 2.5 from his last. He's trying to add a little bit more to his total. Try to build up, get the most out of it that you can.
I believe we have some Kevin fans in the chat. Let us know who you guys are supporting, and we'll shout them out in the live stream.
A little bit of grind, but it looks good. Let's see. 2-1, unfortunate.
A lot of the things the referees are looking for, making sure those elbows are fully locked out, that butt remains on the bench, and even if those feet, making sure they're at least in contact with the platform.
Yep.
A lot of different ways your bench press can be disqualified.
And only one way it can go right.
Yeah.
We have Stephen, Illinois coming up. 137.5 kilos on the bar. Same as Kevin's. Let's see if Stephen can get this weight. Looks good. Weight was good for Stephen. Next up, we have Dominic. 142.5. That's 314. That's basically 3 plates in your total.
Yeah.
Once you account for the fact those commercial plates aren't calibrated, they could probably be 314.
Yeah.
Maybe 313.
The LA Fitness 47s,
42s. Looks good. He dive bomb right at the end, but it looked like he had his lats engaged. But
Fortunately,
not quite. Not quite there.
same weight, 314 pounds for Tyler.
We find some of these milestone numbers of some equivalent to a pound plate or like 150 kilo or something like that, where people want to get to, or they like to start with.
It's like your 501s, your 226s,
Yep.
314s.
300 kilos.
Yep.
People love that 661. Big arch from Tyler.
Good sock game, too. Take a look at his socks. He's ready to deadlift.
Yep. A good grind. Stay patient with it.
Yeah, he's successful. 3-plate date there for Tyler. 3 white
Three
lights.
highlights on the 3-plate date. We have 2 more benches in like 147.5 kilos.
We got some support for Philip in the chat. Thank you, Barbara.
That was a very quick press, though. That looks good. Philip had some more pounds in him yet. Maybe another 2.5, 5 kilos. Hudson coming up with 170 kilos, 374.79 pounds, rounding it up, 375.
Only went up 2.5 kilos after retaking the same weight for the second attempt.
I believe the second was a little bit of a grinder. But he did get it. Let's see if we can do on this one.
Really just trying to squeeze out as many kilos as possible. And you can also think about it like this, right? Like 2.5 kilos more bench is 2.5 kilos less you have to deadlift when it comes down to it if you're battling for the win or something like that.
Yep. So last time I believe his feet were slipping a little bit. Let's see what happens here. Locked his foot placement in a little bit better this time. Grinded really hard into it. And
Waiting on those referee lights.
we're going to have to get some thumbs here.
Seeing if his butt stayed down or if that bar didn't go back down. 2-1. Good lift.
2-1. Antonio G started with 87.5 kilos on the bar. 192 pounds. I think I'd be asking him to clean the bench off a little bit there.
Yeah.
Are you one who benches or who chalks their back for a bench?
Only a little bit. Typically, a lot of the benches used in meat are already really grippy to begin with, so you don't need too much chalk.
I personally do not like to chalk my back, just because I feel like wearing a black singlet and on a black bench itself makes it a lot easier to see when I'm disconnected from the bench versus when it stays the black on black. Get a little bit of a shadow play.
I think same thing with chalking your back a little bit too excessively on squat. Sometimes if you're just caked in chalk, that just adds another layer and can end up slipping from like your fabric and singlet.
We got Caleb going up 125 kilos, 275 pounds on the bar. Very easy opener.
Ooh, our lights.
Coming up 127.5 kilos. 281. Just a little bit of an older crowd on the second fight, so we're seeing a little bit more conservative openers, I think. Seeing a little less missed attempts overall so far. That's what the next few lifters have to say here.
And I think a bit more patience as well in the setup, just not rushing things and really taking up the whole minute.
Puckets lifter out of ICB, I believe. Or at least coached by Josh Pinter, who was out of ICB. He's out of Circuit City now. Gym in Indy. My neck of the woods there.
Very fast.
Very easy opener. What we like to see. Yeah, Blake. 2.5 on the bar. Opening at this 315. This is almost like closing the last attempts here, so being already out there, these are going to be some bigger benches coming. See a 400-pound bench in this fight here. Leaving as an opening.
Very slow descent on the chest. Similar to a squat pattern, but seems to work well for him. Blake, good attempt, 3 white lights.
What's easy enough? Daniel Gomez, 145 kilos on the bar. Very quick down and a very strong press. 2-1 though. Marco, 167.5 on the bar, 369 pounds. It's an opener bench. Marco did not hit any of his squats, unfortunately. He is only playing now for the fun of the game.
I believe he posted on the story just recently. He's 12 weeks out as of today, so he's looking to already compete again.
Sometimes that's the best to do is just hop back into that next meet and just get have a little chip on your shoulder and make sure you know what to fix for your next meet. Actually, looks like Marco just nailed 167.
I know Marco's also been chasing benching 400 pounds in meet, so that looks to be in the horizon for him.
Jason also doing 167.5 kilos, 69 pounds. look good. Let's see. 1. Still gets it. That's in there. That's good. Michael, 172.5 on the bar, 380 pounds.
Michael, coached by Ed Blair. Blair Strength Systems.
Blair is known for his bench.
Yeah.
He's got some massive arms. I think he's aiming for, I was talking to him a little bit, he's aiming for 600 American Pro next year.
I believe he holds or held the 100 kilo bench press record for a bit.
I think so.
I think it was in the wrapped division.
Up there on the wall up there. I can't read it from here, but I could earlier and I remember what it said. I can't read the numbers from here now. Next up we have Michael Thought. 182.5. We're at 400 pounds for openers on bench right now. 402.34 pounds as an opener. These are some impressive openers. Very easy. Look good. Let's see what the refs say. 2-1. Blue and yellow in the middle. Man.
Yeah. Both red, both blue and yellow card.
What they got. He's asking the ref to make sure they get that cleaned up in the next 10 though. So maybe didn't have elbows all the way locked out. And a little bit of bobbles. He looks like his handler is saying to him. We have 185 for Nicholas Chandler, 407.85. Again, over 400 pounds on bench for openers. These guys are not amateurs. I don't know if you could call anybody an amateur that can bench 400.
No.
As an opener, at that. He is ragdolling it. Maybe a little bit of a heave, though. 3 white lights look good. He's going to have to watch that bounce a bit, I think.
Yeah, that's what we mean by heave is once that bar comes into contact with the chest, once you get that press command, you can't sink that bar deeper into your chest in order to gain any sort of momentum and press it back up. So once that
you
bar
press, you can't go down because it becomes downward motion. We have 195 kilos, 429 pounds. Drug tested, 125. How do you want to say that name? Jawad?
Jawad, yep.
What do you feed these guys?
I
want some.
I don't know.
Self handoff too. That's a lot of weight to self handoff. Little lower for an opener than I'd probably like to see personally. But he's gonna get 3 lights.
Kicking it up a notch, 2.5 kilos, 197.5, 435.
Oh, yes, another one yet. 197.5 for Samuel. Okay, I know Samuel. He's out of he's again in Kinzer's. Josh Kinzer is handling him out of ICB or Circle City now. Sam tore his tricep last July. So this is going to be a big mental win, I think, for him today to watch these benches. 435 pounds. Samuel's the reason I make sure when I take people's rack heights to get those face savers. This tricep core, it went immediately. He was looking in great form today, though. That was very easy. Back down to 92.5 kilos for Antonio G. 203 pounds on the bar. Samuel being coached by Josh Kendrick, giving him a few notes there on the side. Josh was supposed to do this meet as well, but he picked up an interference adductor about 7 weeks out. And it's black all over. So he had to pull out, unfortunately. Way it goes. Let's see how Antonio does here. 5 kilo jump. A little sore, but very solid still. That's going to be my lights. We have Caleb up next, 132.5. 292 on the bar. Caleb Cook looked about a 7.5 kilo jump. That's 15 pounds, so that's a pretty decent jump. Most I've ever been comfortable jumping on bench myself is about 10 kilos. That kind of scares me being about 20 pounds, 22 pounds. It's a lot more load in your shoulders immediately. Being handled by Nas, so he's probably out of ICB as well. Nas is general manager of ICB. She competed earlier yesterday. So Caleb, 2-1. 2-1, very good. Looked fast. Not sure, maybe his butt came up on the side or something.
At a 7.5 kilo jump for Eugene, 297 pounds.
Nas took the all-time squat record yesterday. And she posted up saying she's just waiting for Sam Rice to take it, I believe next week or 2 weeks from now when she competes next. Very strong press from Eugene. That's 30 white lights. It's 5 for 5 so far. Next up, we have the manual, the 147.5 kilos on bar, 325 pounds.
Missed the opener at 145, went up 2.5 kilos regardless.
Looks like he had a little struggle on squats as well. Let's see if we can get this.
Again, it needs one good bench press attempt in order to post up a total.
Little grindy, but looked good. Just hit the rack, though. I think he's still good. 3 white lights. Yep. So he is on the board for bench. Big side relief arm. Michael, 150, 330 pounds. Michael's in my area, and I know he's been on a bit of a tear with meets. He's been doing better and better each time, so I'm excited to see what he can put up today. Looks like he's having a good day so far, and I'm hoping to see that continue. Little uneven coming down. Really grinding this. Really grinding this.
Yeah, that bar's coming down.
It's not happening. That looked rough. That looked like it had a lot of energy expended. I'm not sure if I would go again on that.
No, not at all, but
maybe he just felt setup was off and he still has a chance to take it. But if I just missed on strength, then I would definitely call that.
Yeah, I'd say so myself too. And then we have a 12.5 kilo jump by Blake. A bit on the more aggressive side when it comes to bench press jumps. Normally you don't see as unless you're a really big guy, you don't really see 12.5 kilo jumps.
Yeah. Unless he opened up really light, just to again get on the board and get comfortable. 12.5 is about 25 pounds. That's
And Blake has a slower descent to the chest, so very controlled, very tempoed.
which, with a slower descent, maybe making bigger jumps on from smaller lifts can be just to save some energy.
Yeah.
Might have been the mindset there. Let's see how this moves. Still keeping that very slow.
Yeah,
very
good.
controlled. It looked about the same as the opener, to be
Yeah.
honest. I think he's trying to just save energy and make bigger jumps.
I'd say he's probably going to go maybe 7.5 kilos. That's my take on.
I'd say, because he took a bigger jump than I thought he would in the first place. So I'll be interested to see what he does do. The strategy is trying to do bigger jumps to save energy because he does go slower.
Yeah.
It's looking like he's helping the puck. It's definitely taking it out of him. I wonder if he. I know personally I go a little slower with my shoulder issues. It's getting a little bit of pain. It could be something in that range. 175 kilos for Marco, 385 on the bar. We're halfway through this flight, and we are already close to 400 pounds. Not quite there for Marco. Maybe he needs to change his setup a little bit. He's not going to run it back.
Retaking that same weight.
Maybe just a little off on the setup. Let's see how he goes on the next attempt. 177.5 kilos, 391 for Jason Myers. Oh, it looks like Marco came back and he's scratching. And I think he's gassing out.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. It's just a little warm in here, and sometimes you can just get dehydrated and start cramping up. It's not a good time. Sometimes not wasting energy and trying to get at least a dad on the board, too, is a better call. So this goes for Jason, then. Good control. Nice, crisp up. I like that. That was a beautiful bench.
Yeah.
2-1.
Referees like it.
Yeah. Michael with 182.5. Now we have.
Enough.
We are rolling in 400 bench.
Yep.
It's already pretty rare to see a 300-pound, a 3-plate bencher in your local gym.
Not
unheard of.
4 plates. Yeah.
But now we're in the 4-plate range, and that's kind of like a unicorn.
Yeah.
You see one of those in a not powerlifting gym, especially, you're looking at something special. See this many in one meet is very impressive. It really speaks volumes to the caliber of
Wow.
meat that this is.
That's
And Michael has smoked that. He's telling Edward, yeah, I want more.
I think maybe 190 would be the call.
He took 10 kilos from his first. I could see him doing another 10 kilo jump there.
Yeah, they go 190.
You
Yeah.
got it. Right on the money there. Michael with 192.5 kilos on the bar, 424. Again, by no means are these amateurs just because this is called the amateur day.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bobble at the top. Looks pretty fast otherwise. Let's see what the refs say, though. Yep. Just probably a little bit of downward right
Yeah.
on that bobble.
Yeah, so all 3 referees saw it, and then I see him conversing with the judge. He's kind of talking about what
Yep.
the infraction was.
Know that feeling myself. That I get that right when my lat cramped yesterday. I
Yeah.
had that just a little bit of downward. I knew when it happened. I looked at the lights and thought maybe I can just get it, but they're on it.
You almost want to convince them, like, yes, I got it, and then just, oh, never mind, I didn't have it.
I knew what I did. I just hope maybe they didn't know what I did.
Just have that poker face of like, yeah, I got that. Nope, never mind.
Nicholas with 197.5. That is 435. Up from 185. So that's a 12 kilo jump.
Yeah, he
12 and a half.
squatted 700 pounds and is now benching over 4.
He smoked his last one, I believe. This is still moving pretty fast.
Yeah. Very good
He's
attempt.
feeling good on that one. Squad going for a state record bench, 457 pounds.
Now, a bit on the riskier side, his opener didn't move as fast as we would like to move as far as openers are concerned, but he is going for a state record attempt, so maybe he's just kind of putting all his chips on the table for this one.
But he might just want 2 attempts to take it if he messes set up a little bit. This kind of weight, you have no wiggle room of being off.
Yeah.
It will make or break.
Especially with a self lift-off, you're expending a lot of energy even before the lift begins.
Yep. And you can't just put it back real easy either. Should re-rack and retake. Downward already.
Yeah, just a little bit too much.
They're going to take it from him, give him a little bit of energy from fighting that too long. Maybe one more try to take it.
I personally scratched that attempt. I don't think I just expended it.
Like he's going to rerun it.
Okay, yep.
I said sometimes it just be a little bit, look like he got a little crooked, so it might just be that positioning, and he might be able to get it. If I were him, I'd maybe try, and if I felt it get crooked again like that, I'd just give up on it. Samuel, 210 kilos, 462. Samuel smoked that opener. I know this isn't the range. Look at those biceps, dude. This guy's jacked. And I know he's going the open, and I know he's over 40. I hope I can look that good in my 40s.
And that's normally what you see with a
He's even got the white New Balance dad shoes on. This is the dad that all the other kids are saying my dad could beat your dad up.
Yeah.
He is smoking that. Still a little sore in the opener, but still very soft. Oh, 2. I wonder what you got that on.
And normally when you have a lifter like that who grips the bar just a little bit closer, right, hands with inside of the rings, they tend to be more jacked lifters, right? Because the ranges of motion are a lot longer.
It puts it into that tricep
right,
a lot
exactly.
more.
So
His arms are just huge. I wonder if they're going to retake that or if they decided to scratch. He's looking a little gassed over here.
Yeah, I think that...
He's hot. Again, like I said, it's very warm in here. We haven't seen the attempt of it yet.
Waiting to see what he puts in for his third attempt, but right now
we are retaking it. Yep.
We have Antonio Aguilar, 214 pounds, third and final bench press, going 6 for 6 hopefully after this attempt.
Very big arch. Really saving his range of motion there. Looked a little pause in the middle, and it looked pretty clean still. Let's see though. He really wants those lights. He's telling the refs to give it to him.
Let's see it. Give it to him.
Give some thumbs.
I'm seeing good thumbs. 3
got it. Yep. 2 thumbs up, at least. I think 3 by. Yep, 3 by lights. There it goes. Taylor had 1 red light on his last attempt, and I wasn't sure why, but it looked very fast otherwise. He's going 137 kilos, 303 on the bar. He took a 5 kilo jump, a little bit back off from his first, which was a 7.5 kilo jump. Let's see how this goes for him. It's a little, maybe. Let's see what the refs say though. They're the ones in the seat. 2-1. Still 2-1. That's all you need. Eugene with 140 kilos, 308 on the bar. He's having a day so far. 5 for 5. Let's see if we can go 6 for 6 here.
Looking to pick up another 5 kilos.
Just the lightest handoff from the spotter there. Looked clean. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights.
3 whites.
Yep, that was pretty textbook. Michael's up next. Retake 150. I believe he missed on strength this last time. He grinded it pretty good last time, so I'm curious to see how this one goes. Maybe just fix his positioning, and he'll smoke this. Otherwise, I think personally I would try to just let it go.
Yeah. No point in trying to overly expend your energy if you're not going to get the lift.
It's not worth hitting a back cramp at this point. Sometimes it's hard to understand in the moment when you're trying to press, to think anything, really. Nope, there it goes.
Yeah, and good catch by the spotters, not letting them fight. As soon as the bar comes down, they just take it from them. Good call.
Next up, we have Emmanuel going 155. That is 341 pounds on the bar. Missed his opener, but went up anyway and got his second. So it looks like this may be a little bit bigger of a jump, probably closer to the third. They might have stayed a little bit more conservative what they would have gone if he would have had all 2 attempts. We'll find out. Setting up, self handoff. His hands look a little uneven on the bar, and it looks he looked a little bit uneven coming up, but it looks like he got it. No rule against being uneven.
3 white lights.
The only problem you can have is if you get a little, even if you do get that downward.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to look pretty, right? As long as it comes up,
Yep.
That's all you need.
They did change that. There used to be a rule against uneven.
Really, yeah.
A very uneven bench myself at American Pro, and we overturned it at the jury, and we got the rule changed. The next rule change.
Yeah, oftentimes the center judges just look at that center of the bar. If that center of the bar comes down, then that usually means that bar went down.
The rule before when it's uneven was very not well explained. It was if you lock out uneven and you come and you really go like one at a time.
Yeah.
Or not, sorry. If you come down straight and then you go 1, 1. Or if you are kind of uneven the whole time, it's a different story. Which is why they just took it out. It was too hard to judge in that regard. Blake coming up with 162.5.
Wow, and Blake
fights
through that sticking point.
Good fight.
It almost looked like he wasn't going to come up, but yeah, 3 whites. He goes 6 for 6.
Well earned whites there. Jason Myers, 185 kilos, 407. We went from 363 to 400 pounds.
Real quick. And again, these are multiple guys benching 400 pounds back to back to back. It's kind of crazy.
Yes, sir. Jason really smoked that last one, too, if I recall. I think he had maybe 1 light. Let's see how this goes. He was in the 50 to 54 range, by the way.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to press 400 pounds again now, nonetheless, when I'm in the 50 to 54. Little uneven, like I was saying the whole time. Just corrected right there, so it's gonna fight through.
That is a perfect example of what we talked about with the up and down movement. The bar didn't go down. However, he did press the bar a little bit unevenly at times. It was just one arm after the other, so back and forth.
Got the one light. They might have seen it dip just
on their
a little
side,
bit, but it didn't dip on the other side because it just came up. Michael going 190 kilos.
7.5 kilo jump. His benching has been phenomenal thus far.
Yes.
And I expect no less being coached by Edward Blair. I mean, what better coach to have for the bench press than a
Big
record
Ben
holder yourself?
himself.
Yeah.
A little heave there, but I don't know if the Rex will catch that. Let's see. No, 3. They got it. I think he did it last time too, and he got away with it. But
Yeah,
once you're on the table and you kind of think, did I see that? And then the next time you're like, yep, it absolutely was. So sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't. Next up we have Michael going 192.5 again. Missed it on his second. Let's see if he can pick this up on his third. I believe he had a bobble just at the top and had missed. So we'll see if he can pick this up again. He's going to have to really focus on staying steady at the lockout, which is not an easy feat.
yeah.
Not at this weight. Looks like good,
Make
though.
that adjustment,
Looks good.
and yeah, moves easy.
3 white lights.
So he picks up 10 kilos with that attempt.
Nicholas Chandler coming up next, 202.5, 446 on the bar.
He's having a great meet thus far.
Nicholas taking still a big jump here.
Yeah.
And up 7.5 kilos. Nicholas is having himself a day so far. Let's see if he can keep the momentum here. Drop fast. Let's see. He's pressing. He's fighting. He's losing it there. Down and they got to take it. Yep.
Yeah, once that bar stalls, then you know you kind of hit that wall.
Didn't quite look like he got his lats fully locked in. Fully loaded on tension. The squad going up again. Missed 207 last time taking it. One more time here. State record attempt. £457 for a tested 125. Self handoff too. I couldn't budge this weight. Good control.
Yeah, it's not going.
Be there. Not today. Used a bit of energy. I believe we kind of called that he probably should scrap. Sometimes you just got to take that crack.
Yeah.
We have Samuel coming up with 210 again. He kind of got out of position, a little cockeyed. Let's see if he can maybe pull this up and take this. If not, hopefully he doesn't spend too much energy trying to get this. This is 462 pounds on the bar. Biggest bench of the day here.
Yeah, and even with his opener, he's tied for the biggest bench of the day. So just goes to show how strong of a lifter he is.
They did take a monster jump.
12.5 kilos.
Well, sometimes taking those bigger jumps can be very risky. Let's see if he can pick this up. False grip. Came down fast. Shooting it. He's might have it here. His butt might have come up. Let's see what the rest of
3 white lights.
That was a good lift.
And it almost might be a case of like your body not being used to the weight, and then after having attempted it once, you're ready for it now.
And like I said, he had tore his tricep, so it might have been a little bit of mental
Yeah.
I think that was about the weight range that he had toward his tricep. So it might have just been a little mental block, and he got scared and hesitated just a little bit, and he just had to punch through. But that is our bench, and that is going to take us into deads. So we're going to have a 10-minute break between bench and deads as they clear the platform and set it up.
All right, we'll see y'all shortly.
And we will see you guys in just a few.
Community that we have built at Surge Tuning Levels is unlike anything I could have ever imagined. And as people kept coming to us, it wasn't just, oh, I want to lift with somebody. It was a community where people could be friends, people could be family, you know, where they could go ahead and rely on each other as teammates as well. So it's really created something where we could genuinely count on all these people for anything and everything. And it's a second home for a lot of us. Lifting for myself and for a lot of other people is an outlet. Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, why would you abuse your body that way? Why would you spend so many hours in the gym? Why would you do the things that we do on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? But for us, it means a lot. It's an outlet to be able to escape, maybe for some people, the things that, you know, they're struggling with at home, they're struggling with at work. It's a way to go ahead and express themselves and relieve that stress. But for a lot of people, it's pretty much a place where they can go ahead and just say, none of that matters. We're here together and we're all doing the same thing. So we're family. This is Surge New Levels, and welcome to your new home.
As an athlete, you're always looking for an edge, from recovery to your nutrition to your workouts. Anything that's going to help even 1%. And the equipment you use is no exception.
You want to use the best gear made with the latest technology that shows up for you time and time again when it matters. But we still have a problem. Quality training gear was either overpriced or it didn't last. We thought, why choose between premium and affordable when you deserve both?
We created next level of strength because we believe high quality performance gear should be within reach for everyone, from the seasoned pro to the person taking the first steps into the gym.
We made these products and we know what works and what doesn't because we live it every day. The colors, the design, every fabric and detail were picked to create great products that help deliver performance and style.
But this isn't just about products, it's also about people. We want to build more than a brand. We're building a community, a place for anyone chasing strength, performance, and a better life. No matter who you are, Next Level is committed to helping everyone get better.
I'm John Hack,
And I'm Andy Huang.
and this is Next Level.
Join us and redefine your limits.
community that we have built at Search Team Levels is unlike anything I could have ever imagined. And as people kept coming to us, it wasn't just, oh, I want to lift with somebody. It was a community where people could be friends, people could be family, you know, where they could go ahead and rely on each other as teammates as well. So it's really created something where we could genuinely count on all these people for anything and everything. And it's a second home for a lot of us. Lifting for myself and for a lot of other people is an outlet. Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, why would you abuse your body that way? Why would you spend so many hours in the gym? Why would you do the things that we do on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? But for us, it means a lot. It's an outlet to be able to escape, maybe for some people, the things that, you know, they're struggling with at home, they're struggling with at work. It's a way to go ahead and express themselves and relieve that stress. But for a lot of people, it's pretty much a place where they can go ahead and just say, none of that matters. We're here together and we're all doing the same thing. So we're family. This is Search New Levels, and welcome to your new home.
As an athlete, you're always looking for an edge, from recovery to your nutrition to your workouts. Anything that's going to help even 1%. And the equipment you use is no exception.
You want to use the best gear made with the latest technology that shows up for you time and time again when it matters. But we still have a problem. Quality training gear was either overpriced or it didn't last. We thought, why choose between premium and affordable when you deserve both?
We created next level of strength because we believe high quality performance gear should be within reach for everyone, from the seasoned pro to the person taking the first steps into the gym.
We made these products and we know what works and what doesn't because we live it every day. The colors, the design, every fabric and detail were picked to create great products that help deliver performance and style.
But this isn't just about products, it's also about people. You want to build more than a brand. We're building a community, a place for anyone chasing strength, performance, and a better life. No matter who you are, Next Level is committed to helping everyone get better.
I'm John Hack,
And I'm Andy Huang.
and this is Next Level.
Join us and redefine your limits.
Community that we have built at Search Team Levels is unlike anything I could have ever imagined. And as people kept coming to us, it wasn't just, oh, I want to lift with somebody. It was a community where people could be friends, people could be family, you know, where they could go ahead and rely on each other as teammates as well. So it's really created something where we could genuinely count on all these people for anything and everything, and it's a second home for a lot of us. Lifting for myself and for a lot of other people is an outlet. Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, why would you abuse your body that way? Why would you spend so many hours in the gym? Why would you do the things that we do on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? But for us, it means a lot. It's an outlet to be able to escape, maybe for some people, the things that, you know, they're struggling with at home, they're struggling with at work. It's a way to go ahead and express themselves and relieve that stress. But for a lot of people, it's pretty much a place where they can go ahead and just say, none of that matters. We're here together and we're all doing the same thing. So we're family. This is Search New Levels, and welcome to your new home.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the final session of the Powerlifting United Power Surge Pro AM9. This is the deadlift portion of the amateur session, second session. We're getting kicked off with Lee Cohen, who will open us up with 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds. To bring you all home, my name is Kevin Serrano, and I'm joined by
Jared Simmons, the platform.
And we'll be walking you guys through the action. And as we conclude this amazing competition, 2 days worth of lifting, and it all ends here.
Yeah, this wraps it up. This wraps up Power Surge 9, starting with the first flight of deadlifts. So I think long days. Everybody loves to get to the deads. So let's see what's going on.
And like the common saying in powerlifting, the meet doesn't start till the bar hits the floor. So here we're going to start seeing a little bit more intensity, some jockeying for position as these lifters are trying to battle out who's going to be the best lifter, walking home with the belt today. Yeah.
Yep, with the belt. I think I've got to ask Sergio. I thought the amateur lifters, the best lifters, still get an invite to Pro Day.
Yeah,
next year? So I mean, that's something to also, like, probably even more so than maybe the belt. The most important thing in this meet is your total.
Yeah,
is getting your total. So,
and I think some of these lifters are trying to hit qualifying dots for Powerlifting United Nationals. We'll be having next year.
Looks like maybe Michael was looking for, when he first started this, looking for a go-ahead. Remember, there is no start command with the deadlift. It's basically you come up, platform ready called, you have a minute to basically get to the bar, break the floor and pull it. The only command you're going to get is your down command.
And what the referees are looking for is for both your knees and shoulders to be fully locked out. So if you have soft shoulders, those shoulders are forward, or your knees are not fully locked out, you're not either going to get that down command, or you're not just going to get the lift due to failure to lock out.
Yep. So here we've got Stebbin up here. Looks like he's open a 183.96. Good pull. It was great to kind of see him come back and nail all three of his bench after just hitting his opener on squat. So let's see how this goes over to deads. I think it might be under. There we go. So Eric, right here, there we go. So you guys might notice too also, if you're new to powerlifting, kind of been paying attention all day long to the attire, like singlet, shirt, belt, wraps, all that. Deadlift is kind of stripped down. Deadlift usually everybody just goes down just a singlet. You do have to have socks. Now your socks cannot be touching your singlet. But that's me, and then your belt. That's really all about it. That's all people are pulling in. So Jeremy here, putting together a phenomenal day. Opening at 190, 418 pounds. There he goes.
Good attempt there.
Solid. Well, continues his perfect day here.
You'll sometimes see the occasional knee sleeves on the deadlift. Sometimes people like it because it reduces friction on the actual skin, right? You don't want to be tearing up your quads or anything like that, but it really just comes down to preference.
You can, if you want, you can wear wrist wraps as well too. Some swear by it as to helping with grip. Others, it's just another thing that I think it's kind of personal preference.
I mean, think about it like this, right? Didn't John Hack wear wrist wraps when he deadlifts? Didn't he used to?
I think he used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There are some other top. It's a Lily Bridge thing.
Yeah.
The Lily Bridge has kind of developed, wear wraps. That was something that they did.
Yeah, and they're not too far from here. They're
No. They're Chicago-based here as well, and some big pullers. So, looks like maybe possibly something softer dip there. Got two reds on that pull for Kevin. So we'll see what he calls for that here. Ryerson stepping up 429 pounds on the bar, 195 kilos. One of our junior lifters. Let's see what we got. We'll get the chat also running. Try and check that, see if you guys got any questions for us. By all means, throw them at us.
Good one, good lift.
Yep.
And for those of you who are also new to powerlifting, we do use specialty bars in this competition. So that means we use a squat bar, a power bar for bench, and we use a deadlift bar. And so each specific bar has their purpose. And in the case of the deadlift bar, it is a longer and thinner bar. So there's going to be more whip, more bend created when you see these lifters begin to pull. So notice here as Steven,
Definitely technique comes into play there.
as Steven pulls his deadlift, notice how much the bar ends up bending when he initiates his pull. Just from mere pulling the slack a little bit.
Yep.
See that bend? He might get called for soft shoulders. Or, never mind.
Nope, 3 whites right there.
3 whites.
So Ethan coming up now. Another one of our junior lifters. 451 pounds on the bar. And this is this is the first round. Flight one. Double overhand, conventional. So a lot of different styles. That you'll hear a lot of different terms when it comes to pulling as well too. Conventional. That is where the feet are more narrow. Sumo, obviously, a wider stance. You have to be good at either one to pull. Not the one is better than the other, but you do have to have a certain technique for either one. So Aaron Earl Brown. Here we go.
And even on the deadlift, he's rocking those Jordans.
Yeah. 457 loaded on the bar. Right up with it. Standing tall with 3 white women. On the Surge Power team. We're getting set up for 457 still on the bar.
Very smooth attempt.
Yep. And the other thing too is that if you are new to powerlifting, the only command that you get with the deadlift is the down command, but that means you have to have controlled downward movement. You can lift the bar. You can lift it, make it look great, make it look pretty. It gets to lock out, but if you come down without control or you drop that bar, it's in a lift.
And I think that's especially important with using a specialty bar like the deadlift bar, where more whip is created. So that bar, those plates are moving up and down, shaking you. So you have to kind of settle that once you get to the top of the lift.
So Zach bar coming up. We got 473 pounds on the bar. 215 kilos. Zach, one of our sub-master, between 35 to 39 lifters. Oh, yeah, so that's a perfect example right there. You watch, he was basically he was pulled forward. The whip of the bar itself, pulling Zach forward there a little bit. Obviously then messed with his ability to complete the down command correctly. Falling forward, and it was red lights. So let's don't think that was a strength issue. That was more
No,
just
not at all.
that was a kind of a technique and setup. You want to keep that bar close into you, and you want to have control on it just so you avoid that whip. So Tyler Zuno taking 485. Like a very easy warm up. So now we've got Dominic Ravito up. First pull that we've seen for the day, over 500 pounds. Dominic on Gonzo barbell. Team Gonzo. There we go. 3 white lights. Good pull. Hudson took more up. 265 kilos, 584 pounds.
Big jump. Yeah, it's very surprising how we go from just surpassing 500 pounds to almost going to 600 pounds very fast. So I'm not convinced it was a strength issue. I'm not sure if you all caught it, but when he started pulling, he did kind of come back down and kind of got pulled by that slack of the bar.
So which caused a little bit of downward motion. Again, reds all day on that. So here we are with Lee. We're back up to the top of the plate. Second attempts already starting here. Lee gonna lead this off on second attempts. 336 pounds on the bar. Taking a decent sized jump. 15 kilo jump. Setting up, taking his time. There we go. Good lift. Three white lights.
Michael Bowling up next. 402, taking us over 400 pounds.
Ready? There we go. Now, Mike is in basically as a guest lifter. He's just finishing out the day, trying to get some squats and deads in, deads and bench in. He bombed out on his squats, so he is able to stay in as a guest lifter. Basically, just to kind of see where he thinks he would have placed, do some exhibition lifts. These do not count towards the total. Nothing goes on open powerlifting for this once you bomb out.
It's a good learning experience for Michael. I mean, he's picking up a little bit of momentum now coming into the deadlift, despite unfortunately not being able to qualify for a total, not hitting a squat. But it is a learning experience, and it is an amateur day, right? So come a few years, if he ends up competing, leveling up, and eventually competing in a pro stage, right? He's gonna have this knee kind of as a chip on his shoulder, knowing that like I've been here, I've done this, right? And then he's only it's only greatness from here.
So here's Stebbin. 418 pounds on the bar. Sumo pull. Too white. So Kevin, missing his for opener 195. Calls 200. We're not here to hit 200 for a second. Let's see how that goes for him.
I'd say when it's 5 kilos, it really doesn't make too much of a difference, especially on deadlift. But you just can't let it get to your head.
Yeah, and then there we go. The two reds there. So again, the shoulder. I'm looking at the side, I'm thinking soft shoulder. It just in here in the front, it looks like it just really weren't locked. So let's see if he stays with that weight, continues to move up. But either way, he's got, he stayed at that weight. Called 200 again for his third that he has to hit in order to complete the meet.
And a good cue is really just get those hips through, right?
Yes.
Because getting those hips through both moves those shoulders back and locks those knees. So it's kind of like a 2-in-1.
Yep. Eric here, pulling 200 and up.
3 white.
3 white light.
A nice little comeback after only getting 1 squat and 1 bench.
Well, here's Jeremy, which we've got a couple people in the chat. I'm going to guess Jeffrey Polario related to Jeremy Polario. 2 people in the chat hyping him up. 440 pounds on the bar here. Jeremy just awesome to watch.
Absolutely crushing it today.
Absolutely awesome to watch. 20 kilos here. Let's go.
And you can see how he just wedges into position and maintains his technique the entire way. 3 white lights, good lift.
Here's Steven Eloisa. So Steven attempting 451 after his raw best drug tested. Say 3 whites. Ryerson with 457 on the bar. He's Team Kaiju Fitness. Let's see what he's adding up here. And that is a good pull, 2-1. Definitely like speedy pull at the start there, and then kind of hit a little bit of a point where it slowed or kind of stuck. So I wonder if the judges saw something there. It says say that red.
A lot of the times when that bar gets stuck in the quads, referees are making sure that the lifters aren't hitching
Yep.
the bar
Yep.
or supporting the bar on their thighs.
More than likely, probably looking at a hitch just with how upright he was pulling sumo. Ramp's a little bit more difficult to get there, but
And if you're wondering what that white stuff is all over these lifters' legs, that is baby powder. It is not chalk. A nice common saying is baby powder makes it slick, chalk makes it stick.
and there's Ethan.
And there we go,
Pulled
Ethan.
473.
Textbook
Easy, yeah.
lift.
Ethan's setting up a day for himself too, really. Now we got Aaron Earl Brown back, taking 217, 479 kilos. A lot of these guys are hitting their deads, wondering if we're going to see some really big swings and maybe, the makeup breaks. Like, this is where if you miss, it could be a big miss. All right, Philip coming up to the platform now. Philip, one of our 90-kilogram lifters, 480 pounds on the bar. See what judges say. 3 white lights. So here comes Zach, our submaster, the 82.5 kilo lifter, also cross-registered in the open. So you can, based on your age, if you wanted to be open as well as anything else you qualify for, you can. That gets you in the running for a couple different prize categories. But Zach opening up pulling now over 500, a 501.5 pound pull. This one's a big deal. Here we go now. Zach setting up.
Gets that down command.
Yep.
He gets through it.
There he goes. 3 whites.
He's in the
They got
meat.
that one. Yep, there he goes. Okay, Tyler, calls you got a 5 on the bar. There we go, Tyler that. 518 pounds, and that looks like that is a good pull.
242.5 kilos, 534 pounds.
Tyler, previous lifter, continues to add to his meet day total. So far, that is 8 for 8. A lot of these people are approaching their last lift, making everyone before it. So yeah, here we have Dominic coming up, 534, like Kevin was saying.
Getting close to that 3 times body weight pull as a 75 kilo lifter.
Down command and
Good lift. 3 whites.
yep. Hudson, our next lifter up.
He's retaking the 584 from
Yep.
his opening attempt.
Probably a smart move.
Again, he really just needed to get those hips through,
Yep.
right? Shoulders back, knees locked. Not a strength issue. Just needs to make that technical adjustment.
So we could just say there. It's 3 reds. All
Yeah,
yellows.
that-
all yellows.
Yeah, that right hand grip was slipping, so he
So he had
did not maintain control at the top of the lift and wait for the down command.
Yep, and he's showing the scores table his palm. All right, Lee Cohen coming out here. 369. So Lee opening up our 3rd attempt deads in flight A. So these all these lifters right here on their last attempts.
Yep,
Kind of a big deal. This is kind of where you put your stamp on the meat.
this is what it comes down to. This
Yep.
is what these guys have
Yep.
trained so hard for.
So this, keeping up the pace, another 15-kilogram jump. Up. And just couldn't hold it. He set in. Kevin, are you one that when you're on, say, like, especially like your 3rd attempt dead, do you take longer on your setup? Or do you kind of just confidence, power, dive right in, know what you need to do and pull?
The right answer is it shouldn't matter, right? Because every lift should be treated the same. But there's an element of I guess nerves or the fact that you want to make everything right when it comes down to the last deadlift.
I guess I'm asking, like, how do you avoid rushing it? Because that's the one thing we want to avoid. That's rushing. There's one thing to be fast,
Yeah,
but we want to avoid rushing it.
I think it just comes down to repetition and experience, right?
There you go. So Michael Bowling here, 190, 418 pounds on the bar. And that is going to be a no lift. Looks like red card from center and from left. So that closes up Michael. He was good guest lifting already. He bombed out on squats. So these lifts don't go actually towards powerlifting, but he is able to sustain the beat, compete, and kind of wrap up a day and have some fun. So Steven, 429 pounds, 195 kilograms.
One of the nice touches of competing here at Surge or at Power Surge is the ability to choose your 3rd attempt song. So
Yeah.
you're hearing a wide range of music taste from these lifters. Nice.
Nice. Good to pull. A little dip at the top, but nothing crazy. 3 white lights. So good job, Steven. Finishes up his meet, gets his total on the board.
Way to recover too from his squats.
Yeah, exactly. And that was awesome to see. I mean, he nailed his opener squat. Then you get 2 bad squats. Come back and go 3 for 3 on bench, 3 for 3 on deads. That's not easy to do. So here's Kevin. Now, Kevin needs this deadlift. He has to get this deadlift to stay in the meet.
He needs all of the lights.
Yep. This is what's crazy is you can have the best meet up to this point. If you don't get your deads, he's got it off the ground. There we go.
There we go. I think that's good. I think that's
I
good.
think so too. There we go. Good job, Kevin.
And just like Kanye West says in his song, he gets all of the light, all the white lights.
All right, he's happy too. That says a lot right there too. Coming back at the very end of the meet, your last lift, and locking in your total.
Yep.
So he's going around shaking all the judges. That's the other thing too is 3rd attempt, last pull, shaking the judges' hands. Tell the spotters, thank you for a whole day. Yep, exactly. Here's Eric. I'm having a better day on deads than he is on any of his other lifts. Let's see if he goes 3 for 3. No. Well, just wore out, but he still got his total in. Made the meet. Again, shaking hands. So Jeremy coming up. Yeah, it looks like Maria looking at Steve that's going to be coming up here too. Steve is 2 out. We got Jeremy coming up.
He's looking to go 9
Look
for
at,
9.
yeah, look at, let's see how he goes here. He's kind of a house crowd favorite here. Setting in. Grinding that one out. Let's see what he gets.
And what a perfect attempt selection there for Charity.
Yeah.
3 white lights.
Okay. Look at it. Yeah, and look at that. So, I have kind of always said, you go 9 for 9, you're probably leaving something out on the floor. But if you watch that pull, that's probably about as close as you can get to a pull without feeling it and leaving it. He grinded that one out.
And if you want to go all the way back, if you recall his squat was just about a grinder as well.
Yeah.
As good of an RPE as you'll get for a third attempt.
Yep. So, great job. Great job, Jeremy.
And good job, Mitch, for his coach,
Yep.
for that good attempt selection. All right, we got Ryerson.
Yep. Up at the top there. Hips, Drew, hips.
Yep. Nice. Let's see what the referees say on those knees. 2 to 1.
2 to 1. Okay, so we got a few that are up that are excited for Steven to go. So Steven right here with 490 pounds on the bar. Getting his feet set, rooted in. He said there are very specific setups each lifter has for the deadlift. And there he is, he's up. Oh, and
Got
no.
some downward motion, I think.
Yep. So Aaron Earl Brown up now. Just over 500 pounds, 501. Aaron, one of the members of the Surge Power Team, junior lifter. If he gets this, stays in first place. 90 kilogram class. So let's see what happens here. He's been taking 10 kilo jumps and hitting every one. Get those knees in. All right, let's get you down, command. Let's see what they say. Yeah, no, I think it wasn't locked. So he had some soft knees there. Ethan White up next. Weight stays the same on the bar for both Ethan and then Philip, who is on deck. So out comes Ethan. Let's see, 18 junior, one of the youngest lifters today. Bull gets right up, gets the down command. Sets it down with control. Three wide
Three
light.
wide lights.
Yep, that looked like a good pull from up here. Good job.
And that is a 9 for 9 day.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any better than that. It really doesn't. I think with the level of judging that we've seen today, getting 9 for 9 is really something to be really proud of.
Yeah. And it's not to say anything that the judging is overly strict.
No,
the
not at all.
judging is it's fair. It's uniform across the board.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is strict. There are certain things you have to hit. There are no gimmies. So let's see what Philip does here. Philip with five, also Philip with 501. Yeah, it's. You can always kind of see the fatigue setting in when you start seeing the legs shake right from the pull there. That makes it hard to pull those hips through and get up to lockout. So we move up weight on the bar, go up to 518, 235 kilos for Zach. Let's see how he pulls this together. Zach missed his opener, came back out his second after adding weight, and he's made another jump here. So let's see what he closes out here. This could keep him in first place. Nope. A little too far forward there.
It's a little stuck at the knees.
Yeah, and then just gets pulled forward with it. Yeah, so. Yep. Tyler in our Submasters class. 518 pounds on the bar. So get another one, within that class. If you can pull it, it keeps him in first place. All right, here comes Tyler getting set up. It's got plenty of time. 35 seconds still left on the clock. So plenty of time to set up to get ready for this. There he is. Let's see if we can get down. There's the down man
by Tyler.
And three white light. So Tyler, 9 for 9 day. Yep, moving up weight again, this time to 562 pounds. For Dominic.
Last lifter of this flight.
Yeah.
So Dominic is actually forecasted first place in the men's drug tested best overall lifter.
Yep.
He's currently sitting, if successful with this lift, he'll be standing at a 444 dot point. I'm seeing this now on lifting cast. So he's the current leader with one more flight left to go. So this will just extend his lead.
Long holder at the top. Let's see what he gets. 2 whites. He got it. So he did the best he could to basically secure a spot. Now he's just got to see how the rest of the meet plays out. So we are heading into the second flight. First attempts. Antonio is going to be coming up here. He is going to be opening up flight B. First attempts. .180 kilos on the bar. 300, so opening just shy of 400 pounds. Had a really good day. Needs to put it together now with the deads. There we go. It's down command. Yep. I know there was a bar dip.
Yep.
There was a bar dip on that. That's probably most likely what he got called for because it was down the motion on that.
Again, some easy adjustment. Didn't look like a strength issue. Just make some simple tweaks for your second attempt.
So Michael up now 473 pounds. Opening with 215 kilograms. There we go, 3 whites. Same weight on the bar. So Eugene is going to come up now. Go same weight on bar, 473. Up and down makes that look easy. And he gets 3 white lights for that.
It's maintaining a good streak so far. No more flips thus far.
Yep.
Manuel Gonzalez taking us over 500 pounds, 507 for the junior lifter.
Curious to see how this works out for him. Basically, with missing a second attempt, scratching a third squat, also missing a bench. I mean, he should be somewhat relatively fresh, then. Stands right up with it.
Yeah, very wide hand placement.
Yep. Almost a snatch, but it was a switch grip snatch, which is a little different. But it got him 2 whites. Curious technique to do because if you go with a wider grip, that snatch grip, that is increasing the range you have to pull that. Here we go, Blake, having a really good day. One of our other lifters that's nailed everything so far. 518 pounds as an opener. And this looks to be just a continuation of nailing every single attempt. 3 white lights.
3 whites.
Yep, he's pretty sure of everything. Letting his coach call the next number.
242.5, 534 pounds for Michael.
Here we go. Stood right up.
Yeah, good lift.
Yep. 3 white lights.
Same weight for Caleb.
And just stand right up with it.
Very nice lift.
Yep. This is where I do really envy the tall guys that are built like long arms, short torso, and just pull. They're built for deads. Michael Fayette, 540 pounds, 245 kilos on the bar. Taking his time setting up.
And rocking the Pikachu socks in style.
Yep.
He gets 3 white lights.
Yep, 3 white lights. So here we have another team sheriff training system. Jason Myers coming up. 551 pounds in both classes. He's a master 50-54 and also registered at the open as well too. There you go. Stood right up with it. Oh,
Yeah, had a bit of a bobble.
a little bit of
but,
wobble at the top. Yep, and there it is. There's the 3 reds. You gotta have control at that top. You can't that bobble, wobble, or whatever you want to call it. That's gonna give you some downward motion. So
You are allowed to settle the bar at the top if you're controlling the whip, but once that torso comes back down, and including the bar, right?
Yeah.
That bar moved back down,
Yep.
and then he stood back up.
and stood back up.
Yep.
So that's where your up and down motion was at. Nicholas Chandler. Oh, there he goes.
Nice. Good attempt.
I'm curious how I was talking with Nick back in the warm-up area. Really curious how he trains. Maybe with the deads. I assume he pulls on a deadlift bar. Maybe not. He was telling me that with his squats, he trains all of prep with SSB. Does not put a squat bar on his back until the day of the meet.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a West Side method, a conjugate method in some cases. You know, just finally like using the gear equipment the day of. Marco pulling. There we go. With Marco coming right out with a 600-pound deadlift. Marco is a guest lifter. He did not complete all of his squats, so this basically is just for exhibition. But he's still going to come in and pull. He's still got at least a statement to make. But yeah, so what are your thoughts on that? Of using the non-competition bars?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's defying every single norm of specificity, right?
Yep.
When you think about powerlifting preps, you're talking about doing heavy SBD singles as you're approaching a competition. But I mean, in this case, I mean, it works well for him, and I think it just goes to show the variances in programming styles, right?
Yep.
There is no right or wrong way. Everyone's different. Everyone adapts differently.
A big thing with using those specialty bars, and there's Samuel making a great pull, getting his 275. The great thing with those specialty bars is it's designed basically to help you recover, save some wear and tear on maybe your shoulders or your back. Especially and in this case with the SSB, definitely saved him some wear and tear on his shoulders, which paid off. He nailed his squats. So let's see how he finishes the meet, I guess. Here's Gerard. Yep. With a good opener of 6:06. So here we are back to the top of the flight. Tony Aguilar coming back up for 190. Well, so he missed his first, but knew what he needs to correct. So called for the shot, moved up to 190, a 10 kilogram increase, 418 on the bar.
Really taking his time.
Yep. Stood up with it, and he gets.
Waiting on those referee lights. I think it's a good lift, but just waiting on the official confirmation. And seeing some thumbs up.
Looks like it was a good lift. I think we got the thumbs up for it. Yep, good lift. 190 is green. Well, now we have Michael Polzlagel, 227.5, 501 0.55 pounds. Michael setting up here. There we go. There we go. Up top, lock. See when he gets down command.
Yeah, a lot of whip caused and created by that deadlift bar.
Yep.
2 to 1.
Right. Weight's going to stay the same. Spinski going to come up. Go for 501 as well.
So I'm getting some very good insight here from the comment section, right?
Yeah.
Almost everyone at Rise Athletic Club trains with SSP at least once a week.
Oh, yeah, definitely. At least once a week. Yeah, you want to do that. Thank you for that. And we do appreciate the commentary. Yeah. In conjugate, you definitely, and that's what I was talking with them about. In conjugate, you are definitely going to be training with more specialty bar work, hitting that at least once a week. I train a raw conjugate version. So there is a lot of specialty work, especially on speed day. The SSB is a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, there's varying levels of specificity, right? Whether it's using the bars itself, right? If you're doing in the bench press, you can do close grips, Larson presses, those sorts of things, right? But then you can even use like the football bar, right?
Bar.
The tsunami bar,
bars,
like all those.
Bar. Yep. So there's always a variation lift. There we go. Daniel pulling his lift right there, so making that one good. Yeah, the idea is basically just behind any of that is if you're listening, is to keep the body guessing, to not become accustomed to or too familiar with one thing. The body's not going to grow. The body's not going to simulate muscle growth if it already knows what to expect. So you change up and keep it guessing by those variations of the lift, by changing the bars, by changing the movement pattern. So here we have Blake coming up, 551 pounds on the bar as well for Blake. So far, a perfect day. This a 15-kilo jump from his opener. Setting in, dropping his hips in. Excellent. Let's see what the judges say. 2 whites. And now we got Michael Trapicante, player strength systems with 567 on the bar. Gets the down command and just do what I like. Looks like a lot of the guys on their setup are a little bit more calm and collected when pulling us, getting themselves wedged in, pulling the slack out of the bar. You see a lot of guys sometimes really sit there and jerk and pull and literally whip around on the bar. That can cause some issues because if you whip around on that bar too hard and those plates break the ground, they come back down. That's a lift.
Yep.
That's a certainly attempt. You're red lighted and you haven't even pulled the bar past your knees. Again, another good, calm, collected pull there. Caleb with 3 white lights. Also setting a state record attempt. Yep. So I guess just because these guys are competing on amateur day, most of these guys are very, like I said, they know exactly how to pull and how to set up. I think they're trying to avoid any of those newbie or rookie mistakes. Michael Pay up. The bright yellow Pokemon socks. There we go. Yep.
3 white lights. Good lift. Jason Myers up
Yep.
next.
Here's Jason.
584 pounds.
Yep. Basically, so he missed his opener. A little bit of a bobble, I believe. There's that bobble at the top when he was pulling. But he called for the increase, so 265 kilos.
And again, not a strength issue.
No,
he got it
not
all
at
the
all.
way up to the lockout. Just that bar
Not at
dipped
all.
back forward and he
Yeah.
locked it out. So
Yep. Sometimes you just have to remind yourself just to kind of slow it down a little bit, keep a little bit more controlled.
and for some lifters, sometimes a little bit more weight might just help you control the whip a little bit more, so it's not moving as fast. I almost had that happen to me first time I deadlifted on the deadlift bar. I almost lost my opener attempt because I just couldn't. It was the first
Big
time trying
difference
to
between a
kabuki.
deadlift bar and a sit bar. And I think that's proof right there.
Yeah, there it is.
That was a much slower, much more controlled pull than his opener. Waiting to see what judges think, if they're kind of on the same train of thinking. I believe that was good, and that was. There we go. That was good.
We got Marco up next,
Marco, yep.
taking a 15-kilo jump, 633 pounds. I was talking to him earlier. He wants that 660.
Let's see how 633 moves in. I don't think 660 is outside of the realms of
No,
making
not
that
at all.
jump. I think they're gonna have to go with thumbs. Oh, is that a no? I think he's actually. I think he called his a. Yeah, he did. So that was a no. So I think the lights are not communicating with the TV. They did give a thumbs down on that. That's no. It looks like Marco's shaking hands. So I imagine he's scratching the third. It's a long, rough day. You know, obviously not getting your squats and then go through trying to get this for exhibition. But being professional, he is going around shaking everybody's hands, thanking spotters and judges for the long days here. So, and here's Samuel. Three whites for Samuel.
And Sam's your current leader right now, leading the pack with a 487 dot. So you can call it an amateur day all you want, but this is not an amateur. 487 dots. That is pro level lifting there.
Wow. Nick. Let's see what. So Nick right there was 672 on the bar. Let's see what the judges thought of that pull. Yeah, there's those three reds. There was too much of just a little bit of a stop, drop, and then pull again. And we'll see what he comes back with this third.
So this is a state
He
record.
called it again. He called
State
it real
record
quick.
attempt for Jawad taking a 50-kilo jump.
Wow.
50 kilogram jump.
I don't
So
even
a
think I
full
saw.
red.
I don't even think I saw a 50 kilogram jump yesterday on the pro day.
So it looks like he's trying to pull into first place by dots, but he's actually gonna just remain in second and only be under by 0.2 of a dot point if he's successful with this lift.
Here's where the strategy comes down. If he gets this, let's see. Yeah,
Two to
no.
one.
I don't think that style of pull at that heavy weight is going to work. Like he wasn't locked right. He wasn't able to pull through. When you go that wide, basically a snatch grip, almost a switch. It had him pulled forward.
So if Jawad wants to pull for the win, which I believe he's trying to do that here, he needs to go up an additional 2.5 kilos because or else he's just going to tie and lose by 0.2 dots. So
here we are starting our third attempt. This is the last run of the meet. All of this weekend, here are the third attempts now for Power Surge 9. This is where it gets kind of fun. This is where some people can really start swinging for it if they really want to try to take the whole thing. Here's Tony. Okay, yep, he's getting himself set. 435 on the bar. This would keep him in first place for the tested open if he in his class. Three white lights. I was gonna say, yep. There you go. He's happy. I was gonna say his the ascent to the down looked really controlled good. Great job. 8 for 9 on the day.
Yep.
So now we have Michael here, competing in the 100 kilogram class, untested. This will keep him around third place for best lifter, for best overall lifter, if he gets it. And no, looks like not locked up. Right? Yep, soft. Yep, Eugene Sapinski. 529 on that bar. This would have him going 9 for 9 if he gets it.
Yeah, just feel like
Trying to grind that out there. Just hit that sticking point. And Emmanuel Gonzalez, 534 on the bar. Small little increase. Let's see what we got here.
it didn't look like support on the thigh.
Yeah, let's see.
2 to 1.
1.
Good. And that rounds him out to an even 375 dots. Way to come back too.
Yeah.
I mean,
After the squat, the squat and bench. He's right. Yeah, he did have to. He did have to scratch his third squat. So now we have Blake. Blake coming up here with 584. Blake, one of, again, Matt Sharafinski's lifters that's here, putting together a really good day. Oh, let's see. 3 white lights. So that at least keeps him up in the running for best lifter. At least the worst is going to be Price second place. So let's see what Michael does here, because this kind of determines a lot for how best lifter is going to run.
yeah.
So he basically he called 2.5 kilos heavier than what. Oh no, he called a few more. He called about 5 kilos heavier than what Blake did.
So he's kind of defending second right now.
Yep. Let's see if he...
Yeah, it's just not gonna go.
No,
Yeah, he's already hitching it.
Yeah,
Just let it go.
that's some grip strength, though, to just...
Woo!
So now here we got Michael. Oh, yeah.
So Michael's sitting in third place right now, pretty comfortably in third. He's not looking to try to bump Michael off of second place, but he is being challenged right now by Nicholas for that third place and that bronze medal position. So currently sitting at 437 dots. If successful, that'll put him at 443. Let's see it, Michael.
Yeah. Did he get set here? Comes right up with it. 600, and there he goes. Got his. That's a pretty good way to close out the meet. Nail a 600-pound deadlift. Yep. Caleb was 606.
Caleb is our second to last lifter in the tested portion of all of our attempts remaining. Not sure if there's a little bit of hitching or shrugging there, but
yeah, I think the judges saw that too. There was, yep, blue and 2 reds. So, yeah, there was a little bit of a hitch and pull on that. Yep, so here's Jason.
He's also taking 606. He's looking to move from 6th place to 5th, looking to crack the top 5. He's looking to knock off Blake from that 5th place position, beating him by only 2 dot points. I think there's some up and down there.
Yeah, there's too
Kinda
much
didn't
up
get
and
the
down on that.
command.
Yep. Yep, 3 blues, 3 blue cards on that. That is, but good effort, great day.
And a victory lap here by Samuel, already your winner
Yep.
for the men's best lifter in the untested division. And he's very close to 500 dots. You wonder just if he would have gotten a few benches, a few squats here and there, would he been able to crack 500 dots?
Right. That's nothing wrong with that, though. Trying to go for it, yeah, that's just the end of the day setting in. So Nicholas Chandler here, taking 305 again.
Yeah, Nicholas is trying to move into that bronze medal position. Michael Bob is currently sitting in 3rd place with 443 dots, and Nicholas is trying to take that from him. If he's successful with 305, he moves into 443.9, beating out Michael's 443.6. Wow,
That's
talk
low.
about losing by 3.3 dots.
0.3, that's insane. Let's see what happens here, though. Let's see what happens. Wait till
Yeah. Again, it's not done yet. He still has to hit this. There it is.
Wow.
3 white lights and your bronze medalist.
That was, so he opened on dead with 272. Made it made basically a 32-kilo jump.
Hail Mary.
And got it on a
Yeah.
third attempt. That's pretty rad. Wow. All right, this is it. This is our last pull.
Yeah.
This is it for Power Surge 9. So everybody hit the cheers up on their feet.
Over 100 lifters competing
Yeah.
this weekend across 2 days, 4 sessions.
Yep.
And it all comes down to this, right?
This is the last pull. 716-pound pull right here.
All right, let's go, Jawad. 325 kilos, 716 pounds.
He needs this. And just, that's the way it goes sometimes, just the end of the day.
That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the Powerlifting United Power Surge 9 here
Yep.
in 32 levels in Carroll Stream, Illinois. We're so happy to commentate for you guys in this amateur day session.
So I'm excited for next year because we know there's going to be gonna be an X, there's going to be a 10.
Yep.
So and it just keeps getting bigger and better every single year.
Yeah.
I really think it's because of everybody here at Surge, all the officials from the PLU, the spotters and loaders that we have, the judges, and the crowd.
Yeah,
the crowd coming out.
Our media team, A1 Digital, right? All of our sponsors, everyone. It takes a village, right? Like powerlifting, meet directing, all this isn't done with just one individual, right? So really, everyone, every single component, from the ticket staff, the parking staff, all those people make this event happen and a success.
And the one thing is, just to close out, I'm looking across the platform here. Got the U.S. flag, the England, the United Kingdom flag, and the French flag. We had lifters from basically from overseas coming over because they heard about Surge. Hopefully there's some more flags up next year.
I was talking to Serge yesterday, and he was talking about how he wants to make a strong push to get more international lifters here. So
I think it's going to happen.
yeah, absolutely.
It's going to happen. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you for making the live stream commentary something that was a blast for us to do.
Yep. And just to sign off, my name is Kevin Serrano, and I was joined in commentary by...
I'm Jared Simmons.
And we'll see you guys at Power Surge 10.
Yep.